So we're like 20 minutes walk to the beach, surrounded by a bunch of trees, like really tranquil.
Oh, the area is very pretty. For Swiss people, any place near the sea is great. So it's been very fun so far, and the weather's been fantastic. And I met a bunch of very nice people, so it's all been great.
It's been a nice change of pace in that regard, and everyone's been really nice. There haven't been any schisms that I've been aware of, so...
I've gotten a much closer relationship to God. I don't feel like a LARPer when praying anymore.
I came into here as I wouldn't say a skeptic, it's very much a person who hasn't been brought up in any sort of spirituality and no connection to religiosity. It's definitely opened my eyes. It's given me a view into scripture that I've never ever read, not even offhand at school. And it's very different coming at it from a outsider's perspective, I feel. It's definitely been very positive.
It's good to meet people who have been Christians all their lives, and people who are, like me and have recently found Christ, or people who are still seeking, and be able to discuss with them, the joys of God and of worship.
I've not had much church experience. We've gone intermittently to our local C of E church for a couple of years, but off and on. So I've not really had any experience for anything like this before.
There is a level of instant available camaraderie which is lovely. Having it's like being in a society where people have shared assumptions again.
You do feel like you're not so alone in the big world.
A lot of us, I think we've come to Christ sort of on our own, so it's going to be quite isolating a lot of the time.
You've taught me some skills I didn't know I probably needed for Bible study, and with it being my first Bible study, it's been nice to be around people who are in the same boat.
I came here very much as a seeker, hoping to find connection, and my worry was essentially, is this going to be too high level? Am I not going to get any references? But there was absolutely none of that.
I haven't really read a lot of the Bible on my own, so it's been nice to read some of the important verses.
Local church by me I've never had any interaction with whatsoever, but coming into a group of very open, easy to talk to Christians has been wonderful.
It's just really nice to do Bible studies in person with like a community, and obviously, like with this community, you can get like really intelligent people coming along, kind of giving their own understandings, and you'll kind of get insights that you wouldn't get on your own.
I think the group discussions were very interesting. Lots of different points of view that came together.
This is the thing that I always find about Bible study, is that it's particularly satisfying to make connections to other parts of Scripture, especially the Old Testament.
The microscopic detail that you can go into about everything is fascinating, really. It's like an endless rabbit hole.
Yeah.
So I think when I'm reading in future, I'll be paying extra close attention.
The biggest things I hadn't noticed were in the wedding at Cana, which I think I had such a simplistic child level understanding of before. The sacred nature of the vessels, the one stored in, the way that the miracle was hidden, and where it was placed within the ministry. It's just a whole new level to the process, and the metaphorical level on which you get the idea that the best wine being saved till last might be about more than just the wine.
It's a bit different to hearing it on YouTube or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's a bit more personal, and obviously a bit more interactive.
It's been wonderful, really. I didn't really know what to expect, but it's been just wonderful having a space to kind of think about Jesus and sort of Christianity quite intellectually, but it's not been intimidating. It's just been really free and open.
I think it's good to know that you don't actually fully have to understand faith for you to begin to step in the way of Christ, and to be able to begin to experience the fruits of the Holy Spirit and of God. And I think that's important to know that you don't have to comprehend everything. You just have to have some faith.
It's been great. I've gotten so many new friends here.
I definitely feel God's been here with us this weekend with the Spirit and stuff.
It's just joyful, really. It's just been so much fun, and so kind of freeing and joyful and open.
For closing thoughts, I think I am not going to be alone in saying that there is a big appetite to do this again. give it a try. As someone with very little experience, it's been very rewarding, very reassuring, and we're definitely going to get something out of it. How can I say it? People are inspiring. These are good people to emulate.
I've really had a lovely time. It's it's a shame that it was so short.
This is a mission field that needs to be continued. We should definitely do it again.
I hope I'll be able to attend again.
Would you come again?
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Yeah, it would be amazing.
Yes, absolutely, in a heartbeat.
There we are. It's bringing back good memories watching that little video, that little compilation of things from last year. The Lambda Weekend Retreat 2022 and Lambda Weekend Retreat 2023 is coming up. So what you need to do, as was suggested at the bottom of that video, if you're interested, is to email lambda.retreats@gmail.com. And it's first come, first served. So I recommend that you just jump on this as soon as you can. The dates are Friday the 21st to Sunday the 23rd of July, down on the south coast of England, right next to Bournemouth, in a place called Poole. So think about joining us for that. Today we're kicking off day 2 of Lambda Conversations 2023. And I'm joined by Proper Horror Show. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah. I highly recommend you go and subscribe to Proper Horror Show. I was a guest on your channel on Friday, and we had a great discussion about Frankenstein.
Hence the wonderful artwork you've got. Can I ask about this artwork? It looks lovely. Like, the stuff you've done for everyone is fantastic.
Well, yes, and the credit for that goes to Cringewalker / Lou Templar. I did a whole bunch of AI related artwork for thumbnails for last year's what was at that point called Lambda. These ones
I'd go back to Lambda. I'm just saying, yeah, Lambda classic.
I feel a bit conflicted about the change. I eventually decided that Lambda was a little bit too frivolous and gave people the impression that we'd be having a lot more fun. I guess. But maybe that's not fair. If people can give me good, solid opinions about whether they want to go back to Lambda, I will consider it. But what was I going to say? Yeah, so it is AI art, which is of course an ethically dubious thing. I don't know. Maybe at some future time I will regret having dabbled with the questionable practice of using this technology that, of course, threatens the very livelihoods of real visual artists. But yeah, Cringewalker certainly knows a thing or two about how to wield this new power, and he's been doing sterling job making me all these thumbnails. Also, keen-eared viewers or listeners perhaps may notice that one of the people in that compilation of videos from the weekend retreat last year, one of the voices sounded very familiar. Can you confirm or deny that you were at the Lambda weekend retreat last year?
Are you now, or have you ever been a member of the Lambda retreat? Yes,
the Lambda cult.
Yeah, I was there at the inaugural one, and it was a fantastic decision. Foundations of Christianity, buy it now. No, seriously, highly recommended for people. I had a fantastic time, and I was a little bit nervous going in as someone who I feel still has a very low level of biblical knowledge, is still relatively new to Christianity, I'd say, or just aware of how much there is to learn. It's something I feel best being humble about, because I'm just very aware of how much I don't know about the tradition, especially when listening to the previous conversations and the depth that you've been able to go in with people.
Yeah, I've had quite a lot of people express that either they're worried about coming on my Bible Studies channel, or that they're worried about coming on the retreat because they are you know, they get the impression that a lot of the conversations I have are with like theologians and people who know their stuff. But I just want to make it really clear that actually my target audience, the people who I most want to come to these things, are people who are exactly in the same boat as you, right? People who don't have it all figured out, who are trying to grapple with faith and Christianity. And you know, if you don't consider yourself a Christian, but you want to ask tough questions and you're wondering, will you be welcomed? Then I want to wholeheartedly say yes. And even if you don't get anything out of the faith conversations or the, you know, singing of hymns or whatever, I think you would agree there's still great fun and community and lots of other things that you will come away with. So what do you reckon? Just let's encourage people to give it a go.
Absolutely. I would bet there are so many in this community who have been sort of on the edge of other spheres, maybe a bit more political, maybe a bit more economic, and they've caught wind of the sort of conversations you have, and they're just getting a bit interested in, okay, look, this is an area I want to look into. Sort of, we've done the modernity, we've done the secularism, and I think I want to try that other thing. I think there might be something kind of good over here in the Christian sphere. And I would say just that's how I felt. I had that pull, I had that intuition. I'd say follow it. And the Lambda retreat is an excellent way to explore that in a very rewarding atmosphere.
Amazing. All right. Well, let's get on with the main topic that we're going to do for the next hour or for the next 50 minutes. So your channel is focused on specifically looking at horror films and reviewing them. I wanted to throw open the topic to how do we even approach film criticism? I'm aware that there's these kind of schools of thought. I've certainly heard and used and probably misused the term auteur theory, for example. So I'm really keen to get some ideas from you about which ones you think are valid, what kind of approach do you use, and then also how have these skills proven useful, you know, even outside of thinking about movies. So let's start with in your mind, what are the major lenses that you can take when you're watching a film with a slightly more critical eye? What are the different ways that you might start to approach the films more critically?
Oh, that's it's a wide question, and there are so many ways you can take a film, and you can go in deliberately with one of those lenses, and sometimes you see that the analysis that comes out of it is a bit of a hack job. You know, if someone has a sort of Marxist hammer, then every film starts to look like a slightly proletarian nail. You don't always get the best.
Everyone is either an oppressor or being oppressed.
You see quite a few analyses that try and jam the film into a particular framework, and I try to avoid that. It can be interesting. You know, I found myself making the case for Hellraiser 2 as a libertarian film on the basis that, well, the real horror was in people being taken in by a giant institution that claimed power over them, and the ultimate god was revealed to be called Leviathan, an obvious Thomas Hobbes reference. And out of those 2 points of information, I tried to build a case.
Here's an interesting tangent then, maybe. I remember at school quite frequently in English, we would be analyzing a poem or a book or something, and someone in the class would say, all this stuff that we're talking about wasn't intended by the writer. We're just adding our own interpretation on top of the work. I mean, the teacher's response was usually to roll their eyes and, you know, tell them to get on with their work. But I think there's a really interesting discussion in literary theory about death of the author, right? The idea being that actually being the person who made the work doesn't give you any privileged position on interpreting it, and you could just as easily accidentally create a masterpiece as you might fail to create the masterpiece you were going for. So do you have any comments on the death of the author idea?
Yeah, I do. I think it's interesting you named the auteur theory, which is sort of everything will be driven by a visionary director. And there are a couple of directors who are pointed to this. Kubrick, Tarantino, Nolan would be named. They're the classic people you'd point to. I'd suggest James Whale early on would be a good person for that list. Fritz Lang would be a good 1930s person for that list. And that's where you're going with the singular vision. And then you've just named the opposite side of it almost, the death of the author, the ignoring the stated intentions maybe and going for a bit of the revealed preference. Look what the author didn't intend to say. And I think that's incredibly fruitful. It's something I lean on a lot, although it's obviously, you've probably heard that this is quite a controversial area in shall I say, these circles. The idea of a psychoanalytic reading is a bit unintentional. Like, it's controversial. People say it's not a tactic that should be fairly used. It's avoiding the main meat of the question. And that's what a lot of Death of the Author is doing. But I would say it's an incredibly revealing lens. And I could use a bit of that for Frankenstein if you want.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
For an example?
Yeah. Let's have an example.
All right. So let's... Mark Egan there is a clever chap. I'm sorry, that's a bit too tasty. All right, I won't get derailed on this. But
we're switching examples to The Matrix, are we?
I've made a couple of videos on this. Okay, this is an interesting one where it's a weird authors grabbing the rein of Death of the Author. Of like, I know we didn't say we meant this meaning, and in spite of it making no sense, trust me, this film is about this. Don't look too deep into it, bro. Don't.
So you could almost argue the latest Matrix film is, if you try to analyze it from an auteur perspective, the people making it are making use of Death of the Author to give their new auteur position.
I think that would possibly, that derails us into a massive rabbit hole. Whereas the Frankenstein, if people want to know, on my channel I've discussed the Matrix and its a supposed trans allegory that makes no sense whatsoever. But Frankenstein is a lot more interesting. So if we take a look at the early Frankenstein, some of the ideas that are in that would not be thought of as, how can I say, a major thing. They're just not interesting, right? They're added into the adaptation. And no one's profoundly said, hey, we've done it because of this reason. But the fact that they made a change is quite interesting. So a key plot point in the first Frankenstein, well, not the first, let's not get technical, 1931 James Whale. It's probably the one everyone knows best for Clive Cole screaming, "It's alive, it's alive, in the name of God, I tell you, it's alive," which they got in some trouble for on the old censorship bureau. One of the key plot points is that he has to acquire a brain for Frankenstein, and he has a choice of, he sends his assistant, who isn't Igor, it's Fritz. Weird little oddity. Everyone remembers him as Igor. Fritz goes to get a brain, and he's got a good brain, and he's got a criminal's brain, and he drops the good brain, and he goes for a criminal brain. And that is a distinct cause of the monster being so sort of irredeemably destructive. Now, it's not straight up evil brain makes for an evil monster, but it's explicitly there in a kind of uncritical, of course it's there in the brain. It's heritable. It's a heritable deviancy. It's got a, but that would be a kind of viewpoint that is absolutely phased out of later versions. they wouldn't go near that kind of genetic predisposition. When we get to, I'll skip over a few of them. I think I wouldn't want to mention Frankenhooker on your channel. I wouldn't despoil it like that. We'll skip straight to Kenneth Branagh's one that we discussed. That one tries to be authentic, but takes some really interesting liberties with the stories. And for the first time, we get a Frankenstein who gets a strong motivation for what he's doing. This Frankenstein isn't just pure hubris trying to extend science. He's doing it because he lost his mother and it wounded him as a child. And he has a strong psychological motivation so that no one will ever die. Feels a bit Team America, really, that motivation. But we'll skip over that.
Or Anakin Skywalker, right?
Oh, yes. Very much so. Very much so, yeah. This Victor Frankenstein doesn't think the system works. And so he's doing it. He's going to be a rebel. He's a visionary guy. And you step out of this Death of the Author style and you look at this change and you think, why has there been this massive shift in the story to something that gives this really psychoanalytical motivation for Frankenstein doing what he does? And you see that you can picture it then as sort of the impact of a therapy culture. The idea of, in contrast to the 1931 Frankenstein, where it's a genetic predisposition in the brain that is such a cause of problem for the creature. In the 1990s, it's childhood trauma. It's psychologized. It's an academic reading that has to be behind it. And Kenneth Branagh probably isn't intending that, but the fact that he made these changes, and I should say changes to Frank Darabont's script, they are quite revealing about the culture at the time. So I would lean, that would be good for me to say, I lean quite happily on Death of the Author for these kind of readings about cultural influences. I talked for ages there. Sorry, Luke.
No, you talked for the exact right amount of time. I sometimes wonder with Death of the Author that you could even argue against it. That there's a sense in which it seems like it's logically irrefutable. For example, the classic monkeys at a typewriter producing Shakespeare, or maybe more plausibly, there's this interesting example. Somebody wrote a bit of software that would produce every MIDI sequence of notes, so like a digital format that can encode a melody up to a certain length, and just put them all on a hard drive. And there you have on the hard drive every tune that has ever been written or ever will be written, just produced, methodically. And when we hear some of these melodies, can analyze them to death and say, oh, that's I say the Star Wars theme tune has a rising fifth, which we associate with heroism. So we could say the author chose that rising fifth in the melody of Star Wars because it's about a hero. It's a story. It's meant to be an adventure story. But of course, the melody was in fact produced not only by John Williams, but duplicated by this algorithm, which had no such intentions. So then, as you're analyzing the melody as produced on the USB stick, you have to say our human response to hear that as heroism still exists, but the authorship has disappeared. And so Death of the Author, I see as a lens that you have to have, because any piece of artwork could be produced at random, and therefore it must logically necessarily be, maybe I'm pushing this too hard, but it seems to me it must be the case that you can analyze a piece of work based on your reaction to it alone, regardless of the stated or actual intentions of the author.
Definitely. you are sort of miring yourself a little bit, and
Mhm.
it's a bit like the old. I don't know if I said this already, but the old joke about someone who goes to a psychiatrist, gets shown the Rorschach tests, and he's like, "Who's this Rorschach guy, and why does he keep drawing my parents fighting?"
Yes, interesting.
Yeah, you have the sort of the death of the author. There's sort of the revealing of the reviewer there. Sort of when you pick up on an element, you can sort of reveal a fair bit about yourself there, about what you obsess over. And some reviews, I think, do tend to give themselves away a bit that way. And in more recent strains of, say, informal criticism, I think we've seen a bit of that. I don't know. Is Morgoth on another night? Or
No, he's coming up today.
He's coming up today. Okay, I was going to say that he's a fascinating chap for film reviews because he gives. He will do the deep reading, but he also gives a very interesting test for film criticism, which is just about appreciation, revealed preference. You can say something is your favorite film, and you might have a lot of motivations in why you would do it. You might want to look a little bit unique, try and convince people that you've seen a wide range of difficult films, and you're a cinephile enough to appreciate them. We've all done it, let's be honest. You feel like you need a good take, but really, what film do you go back to most? What do you pop on?
Yeah. Like, I will tell people that I absolutely love Before Sunrise, but I've only watched it once or twice. I think very highly of it, but in practice, I'd probably go watch much less, thoughtful films when I just want to unwind and relax. And
Can I ask, what's a guilty pleasure? If you want to own up.
Yeah, I'm thinking how honest will I be, because I actually have watched quite a lot of hours of rom-coms, and that's a guilty pleasure because I feel like those are stereotypically it's a feminine genre. So if I'm trying to impress people, I'll say, I love the Batman trilogy, which is true, but I also am aware it makes me look cooler as a guy to say I like watching Christopher Nolan versus watching like The Holiday or
Save the Last Dance is a hard sell. I wouldn't expect you to pull that one out, I'll be honest. Yeah, fair play. It leads into, there's a vein of criticism which is just pure, do you enjoy it? Which I quite like, and I think it's a valuable test. But I think that's what a lot of pop criticism was. It was really pitched at how enjoyable, how accessible is something. You started to get a little bit of politicization in comments, obviously, as you would expect from newspapers. But it would be, that criticism would stick at a level of enjoyability, sort of spectacle, technical accomplishment, and it would give you a score out of 5 and try and pitch it at the most basic level, which wouldn't tell you a lot. But what I like is the move away from that, the move away from something that is just pure about how much you enjoy it into doing the nitpicking. And I think that's something the internet has enabled. Everyone probably knows the classic arc of the red letter media analysis, spurring on more people who do the deep dives. I like that. And that gives you an interesting case where you'll have a film. One of the good examples recently is Avengers Endgame, which hits massively on an emotional level. It gives you a great emotional payoff and delivery with setup and payoff. It's when I saw it, there was in the cinema, there's a bunch of urban school kids in the same row who are tearing up in a most manly fashion at the end. It's quite a sight. But then following that, the film analyzed falls apart.
Okay.
Which is quite interesting. And I quite like that. There's that new, I think that is a bit of the trend at the moment, is to really, really focus on the details and try and stand out by being hyper focused on the details of criticism, the story, the character, the integrity on that level. And I think giving a lot of modern films a level of attention that they never expected to have, I think probably bank on not having.
There's obviously this enormous industry of people doing video essays about films on YouTube. I feel like the heyday of that may have actually passed. It was probably in the aftermath of Red Letter Media that all kicked off. And I remember watching the Phantom Menace review and being absolutely transfixed because I actually quite liked the Phantom Menace, but nonetheless, you can't help. It's very compelling the way that they rip into it, and I think there's a real art to that video essay style. But it always strikes me that when you're making a video essay for YouTube criticizing a film, you are producing an entertainment product and not actually intending to do it. The primary purpose of your video is not really to evaluate the film, but to produce a video that's popular. And maybe the most obvious example of this would be Cinema Sins, who will just ding any tiny detail, and it doesn't matter to them whether that's a reflection on the quality of the film, because they will take any film and produce a very similar video of a similar length, just detailing all the tiny nitpicks that they can find, and therefore it's not really evaluating or comparing films at all. It's just producing more content. So I guess after watching the Red Letter Media review, I felt like I did come away with actual tools, and it wasn't like empty calories. My time was useful. So how much of if you go around YouTube and just watch popular video reviews, how much of their points do you think are actually useful and valid, and are they making genuine attempts and contributions to film criticism, versus are they just producing stuff to get views?
Yeah, I lean towards the latter, very much so, I'm afraid. I think there is a bit of content industry. I think a lot of the channels that were maybe trying to do deeper analysis, it's very few of them have the, how can I say, let's just say inclination to go in depth, because I don't think the algorithm necessarily rewards it. And if you produce a 4-hour video that just doesn't get watched, you've really wasted your time. Whereas if you're in the word I want to, not influence, let's go with influence. If you're influenced, incentivized to just put out quick content, I think people do that. The commercial aspect is not good for criticism. I think you also notice when people will be afraid to go against a film if they think people expect it to be marked highly.
Interesting.
And to an extent, a lot of you've kind of hit the nail on the head. A lot of reviewers have just become content machines, and I feel bad for them. I think they're getting worn down by the content being churned out and the feeling of, I just have to look at this. I've got to watch it. I'm going to hate it. Some of them, they're looking broken, man. They're not making it through.
That does sound pretty miserable.
I would say it's not healthy. It's not healthy at all. But, you can step off the treadmill. Disney Plus is not going to stop turning off the shower of low quality matter, but you can put up the umbrella.
Interesting. Yes.
But there was oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say something that always feels disingenuous with that style of video is that I get the impression that people watch a film dislike it intuitively for whatever reason,
Mm.
and then go searching for reasons, and then they will put together a video essay where they make these grand claims like films should be this, and then that's why this film is bad. But it's not that they had that opinion before they went to watch the film. They're not just applying a rule that they already had. They've post hoc invented some. Maybe they did some research, but there's this confirmation bias of the probably the most obvious example of this is you watch a film and you don't like it, and then you start picking apart the plot and finding plot holes, and then you claim that the reason you didn't like the film was because there was some logic issue with the plot. But if they thought a little bit harder, it's quite likely that they would have forgiven the plot holes if they'd have had a good time, with other aspects of the film.
If you aren't emotionally engaged, I've had the experience sometime. The last one that stood out was Candyman from 2021. Absolutely disgraceful skin walking of my favorite film of all time. I was so emotionally disengaged that I was able to just switch off and do that sort of plot detail checking. It also helped that the plot problems were, unignorable. But yeah, most of the time I don't do that. Do you know Vertigo well from Hitchcock?
I haven't seen it, but I know of it.
Okay. What he uses that as an example of, he uses it as an example of flagrant cheating, because he sets it up as a mystery. There's a bit where I cannot remember her name. The Hitchcock blonde in that particular film, apologies folks, goes into a hotel.
Mid-50s, sorry. Carry on.
Who's the lead actress? Help me out there, because it's driving me a bit.
Kim Novak, Barbara Bel Geddes.
Yeah, Kim Novak. I'm the worst. Anyway, Kim Novak, who could forget? Unforgettable Kim Novak goes into a hotel so memorably, and she's followed in there by Jimmy Stewart, and he follows her in, and then she's gone. She disappears. He asks the woman on reception, concierge, where'd she go? And she says, well, what person? What woman came in? And it's part of this mystery. You're meant to think she's a bit of a ghost. That is not true. Sorry for spoiling Vertigo, folks. And Hitchcock says later, flagrantly, oh yeah, I cheated. Yeah, there's no explanation for that. It worked for the story because you needed to feel the mystery. He called it fridge logic, or you would be going to get something from the fridge later that night and you would think, hang on, why did she disappear she wasn't a ghost, what? But you don't think about it at the time because you're emotionally engaged. And I think that's a kind of honest thing to say. To be honest, in a Morgoth style, if I am emotionally engaged, I will forgive all manner of sins. And I'm very much in that camp.
I guess there's genres in which it matters more. If the audience is supposed to be figuring out a mystery and then the mystery doesn't make sense, then it's fair. That's a fair criticism, I feel. But the thing that I sort of took away from the red letter media approach to film criticism that I do think is valid is that you want there to be a protagonist with some sort of character flaw that they either succumb to and it's a tragedy, or overcome and it's I guess a more classic, almost a hero's journey thing, without importing all of the details of those ideas. But there's something beautiful about telling a story that can be boiled down almost like a morality play into simple pieces, and to deviate too far from that, it is just a lesser work in some sense. So that's quite an opinionated take, and reduces down good films and bad films in a pretty like severe way. So what do you think of that?
I think you hit on something really important. I think you could pull that out as something that makes it harder to like a film, but realistically, if you'd been emotionally engaged by what was going on, I don't think you'd notice that the protagonist wasn't clear. You could point to a film like Under the Silver Lake, which is really hard to say it has a plot at all, but I was absolutely relentlessly captivated by it. It's an incredible film, but it's breaking all the traditional rules. One thing I wanted to sort of get in on this topic is, since you said that sort of that era of the deep dive, or maybe you could say the pure quality lens of film criticism, I want to see strong, consistent story and characters, and that's really what I'm going to look at, which is kind of a caricature of what that milieu, what that group of reviewers would do. They're fairly pushed back against that reductionist description. I would say part of the problem is that the flaws in that approach are, I think, a bit evident in that it really does go out of its way to overlook a really key part of film, which is the messaging. And I think that is something that it's going to become an increasing problem in the because one of the big refrains of that type of reviewer is I just want a good story. I don't care about the politics. I just want a good story. And that's something I think is really not sustainable. It's not a thing you can hold consistently. I think it's probably quite a dangerous line, I'd even say, to take.
How do you detect messaging when you're watching a film? Like, what are the set of questions or things to observe so that you can objectively say this film? Well, maybe objective is an unhelpful word for me to add there. But is there a technique or an approach you can say this film contains this messaging in a way that people would agree with, whether or not they agreed with the film? As in, people who like the message would say, yes, that message is there, and I agreed with the film. And people who dislike the message would say, yes, the message is there, and I hated the film.
How do you find the message in a film? I go to the director's Wikipedia, and then I look at the early... Oh, sorry.
I like how you boiled down my question to just like 5 words.
How do I convince someone of an interpretation on the internet? I wish I could tell you, because I get people arguing constantly. It's a fine question. I think oh gosh, that's a tricky one. I think you have to engage in a bit of noticing. You have to look for consistent things. You have to, it helps to look at things the director has said or the writer has said, or look at the elements, and can you say, were these choices made, how can I say, are these choices integral to the story? What overall takeaway do they bring? So let's play. Oh, do you want a safe example or something?
Spicier. Let's go with the fun example.
Okay, cool. So, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, 1978. I reviewed that, and it's, oh gosh, that might be a bit
too far. go for the safe one.
Let's roll it back. Let's talk about a film that we talked about, Alien. When you point out Aliens is even better. In Aliens, your heroes are absolutely gender equal. You know, the women fight, and the men. Some of the men are doing the feminine admin. It's a real mix. It's an everyone can do everything thing. It's a very sort of 80s, early 90s vibe that has been actually just so imbibed by people mentally, so incorporated into their worldview that people would generally look at that and say, yeah, there's no message there. What's the problem? Whereas if you showed that to someone in the 60s and the 50s, they'd say, what the heck? This is crazy stuff. Why are you sending women on a combat mission? You know, I mean, they'd point out lots of stuff about the demographics of the crew, and they'd say that was, hey, that's an obvious choice. And it is. Every choice you make is reflecting a value decision.
So can you then can you identify the original audience? So I think so we've established that for any work there can be infinite subjective valid interpretations. You know, if a space alien came and watched a piece of Earth media, they might come away with a completely wacky belief about what the film was trying to say. But can you try to nail down an objective, like almost say this is an elevated or a more important interpretation, by trying to figure out what would the target audience, taking into account all of their cultural context, what would they make of this film?
I would struggle to do that.
Okay.
I think directors would encode messaging that they would believe would be understood. This would happen a lot in sort of coding around, say, what clothes someone wears, an area someone lives in, would be coding that people are expected to know. And it can be quite jarring when you watch stuff from another country and also from a far removed time. And these references hang out to you as sort of what's going on there? What are they trying to tell me? In Pulp Fiction, when there's a reference to, does someone live in Inglewood? Does that, that doesn't mean anything to me. You have to look up things and go and try and see what the inference was about a character coming from Inglewood, which the director presumed people would get. Whereas I would say in something like Aliens, the director is more, I think, working on a subtler level. The fact that he's constructed a story where I can say, look, the chief figure is a woman who has been restrained by a corporation, and she's lost her daughter, but she finds a new daughter that she chooses to have, but there's a big male influence that tries to impregnate her against her will, and the ultimate villain is a giant female who only exists to breed, who's literally chained in a breeding chamber, endlessly producing eggs. And I would say from that, I think James Cameron might have intended a pro-choice reading. He might have been saying something about women's liberation as he saw it in the language at the time. That's the kind of picture I would make, but nothing will stop people arguing with you on the internet, I'm afraid. I've tried.
That's a very fair comment. I think I'd like to imagine that, say for example, a film that comes out post 2016 that has a trucker in America who rocks up and does some negative action, who happens to be wearing a red baseball cap, is gonna have a significance and a message that's different from if that same film had come out in 2015 or earlier, because the red baseball cap has kind of acquired the association with Trump and MAGA. So although it would be possible to watch a film that was made in 2010 and see the red baseball cap and therefore read it as relating to Trump, that's not to say that film, if you mistakenly thought it had come out in a different year, and then that had unlocked a whole bunch of messaging in the film for you that wasn't there inherently. The meaning was not there in the mind of anybody who created the film. So I think based on the death of the author idea, we have to say that that's real, and all of those messages are interesting, and maybe the film takes on a whole new life with this new subtle dimension that was accidentally added. However, there's still a very valid sense in which we could say that, like, it's important to figure out whether that film was actually intended. Like, I'm fighting against death of the author in as much as like, films don't simply exist as a thing that we experience personally, but they also exist as historical artifacts, and they have significance in their time, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have to moderate death of the author. I think the angle I like to take is that one of unintended revelations, unintended inferences, but you've also got to I'll go back to it. It's not as bad as it sounds. So Invasion of the Body Snatchers is about being, you can look at it and see it's a person in a city who basically finds that there's a whole bunch of, let's say there's a new foreign presence in the city, and it's taken over, and he just doesn't feel at home anymore. And there's an obvious reading to that in the current context. But that's just a sort of accident now. Now, the original director would not have agreed with that. And his interviews, his director's commentary show that he was making this thing genuinely about being alienated in a city, but by modernity, by corporatism, by literally the architecture, because he was a very liberal, basically a hippie. He was a bit disappointed about how everyone got swallowed up into the necessity of earning a crust. And so I can't honestly take all that knowledge and say, no, he definitely saw the stuff coming from 1978. So death of the author is useful, but it has limits.
I also quite enjoy when there's the opposite, where you get the strong impression that the people creating the film wanted to put a particular message in, but they bungle it and end up saying the opposite.
Saint Maud.
Okay, what's that example?
It's one of the best horror films to come out in ages. I have a renegade reading of that film. It is like Carrie reinterpreted through the lens of Joker. It's a woman who becomes intensely religious in a really depressing town and goes deep into religion, and then ultimately commits an extreme act that she believes is driven by God. And it's meant to be a thing about a mental health crisis. And I see it as a very proper condemnation of modern life. And I see the main character's devotion as a logical response to a very unhealthy society. So sort of an unintended reading there.
I'll tell you my example. did you ever see Zootopia?
I didn't know.
So in Zootopia, the main character is a rabbit who joins the police force, and she's female and she's this prey animal, and there's a big theme in the film about prey versus predator, and there's clearly they're trying to make some point about discrimination, like she's it's kind of implied that she's not making it because she's a rabbit or not because she's female or whatever. And then there's also this view of the predators are being unfairly discriminated against, like the crime in the city. Like, why are we thinking it's just because you think because I'm a lion or a crocodile that I'm dangerous. So you could see the kind of analogies that they're trying to draw, but unfortunately, as the film progresses, it transpires that actually the predators are bloodthirsty and murderous animals. So then when you reinterpret that back into the real world, it's this innocuous Disney kind of film that suddenly got a very spicy take on what
I like it. That's going on my list. Mark Egan there mentions Everything Everywhere All at Once. I've had a few arguments over this film, but I liked it largely as a film that had modernity-induced nihilism as a central enemy. I thought that was brilliant. But in the same counter reading, I think the film gives you a very obvious reason for why the nihilism is happening, what's causing it, and they wouldn't intend that reading. They would think the Chinese family being in a big American city, running a laundrette, the daughter's gone gay, can't speak Chinese, and they just need to hug more. They'll do it. Whereas I think the film makes it very clear in a way they wouldn't be keen on, that it is modernity that's dissolved their culture, and that's why there is a nihilism. And that's unintended reading of the film that I think they would disavow.
Okay, we've only got 5 minutes left, but there was another thing that I wanted to discuss, which is these ideas that the techniques that you've developed for better understanding and criticizing film. Do you find that there's any other applications of these techniques?
Absolutely. I mean, you can of course tell me I'm way off on here, and you would know best. But when I went to the retreat, I was using a lot of these ideas about literary understanding when we were doing the Bible study. And I'll be honest, I felt like a bit of a hack, like bringing the old literature analysis in there, but it really helped. So when we're looking at a story, I'm extremely comfortable, maybe a bit, some people would say reliant on looking at what's the message, what's it saying, what's the symbology. With film criticism, you're used to saying, what's happened in the scene and why did it happen this way? Why did this person say that? And when we're looking at these readings, it was simply, okay, of all the details that could be included that have made it through time, through the thousands of years, and have landed up in this book, why is this that detail? And I think the main in the wedding at Cana was the main example we used, and we were talking for a solid hour about that short chapter and just finding really deep readings of it, and just using the same techniques. Why is this in there? Who is meant to read this, etc.
And I think that is very valid. I think when you say to write on the expensive materials and to make copies of the original texts was very labor intensive. People would have been extremely careful about exactly what they were saying, selecting from a vast amount of details that they could have put in about these stories and down selecting, and arranging the material thematically. So yeah, I think that's totally valid. I mean, one of the reasons I was asking earlier about the original author, the original audience, is because there is a concept in hermeneutics, which is the sort of techniques that people use for properly interpreting the Bible, that says that you should try to figure out what the text would have meant to the originally intended audience. So you've got to understand something about the way it would have been received originally. Rather, the opposite would be, I'm going to take this verse and just apply it directly to my own life. Let me bring. We've got Todd here. Praise of Folly. How are you doing?
Good. How are you, Luke?
Very well. I'm experimenting with having my guests crossing over for 5 minutes as we finish one conversation and begin the other. So Todd, do you have any thoughts on this overlap between the techniques of film or literary criticism and then Bible reading?
Well, I didn't catch this episode, but this is what I'll say. What is different about a sort of criticism of a film and then textual criticism of, like, say, the Bible or some other historical work is that a film is not necessarily meant to be taken as something that literally happened. It may be inspired by something that literally happened, but like with the case of the Bible or a piece of historical literature, it's supposed to be something that happened. And so I did catch the part where you just said you should read it as it was intended by the audience at the time. But also we have to understand that that's further constrained by the historical realities. Such constraints they kind of exist on movies, but not in the same way. They exist in the sense that the people who create the movies create them in a certain zeitgeist of an era, but it's not being constrained like this is an event that we said happened. Now, can we prove this to have happened or not have happened?
Yeah. Any last thoughts before I let you go, Proper Horror Show, on the whole topic that we've discussed?
Tom makes a good point. They're obviously, they're trying to do different things, but I think it's helpful in a limited sense for trying to work out the message. But that original audience is a really good point to focus on. Thinking of the start of Matthew, there's just so much that you could think, oh, crikey, that's a lot of detail. But I thought, if this is trying to establish to a skeptical, doubting audience a sort of a massive change in religiosity, to reassure them of and sort of comfort their doubts about Jesus's authenticity, his heritage, in terms they would understand, reassuring them about things they would be worried about, given their traditions, it makes a lot more sense. So it's a really helpful technique. But yeah, that I have gone slightly over, so I will duck out now and hand over to Todd.
No worries. Thank you so much for joining me, and I'll catch you around soon.
Absolute pleasure. All right, all the best. Bye.
Bye. All right. So Praise of Folly is here, and we are changing gears a little bit. We're going to talk about, as Christians in particular, and I guess we could broaden it a bit and say just in general as people, but with particular Christian focus, right? How should we think about and relate to technology? So do you want to just lay out a bit of groundwork? What are we hoping to cover here?
Well, yeah. So one is we'll have to define what is meant by technology, first of all, to then define our relationship to it. And then we'll also have to define, and maybe a sort of C.S. Lewis mere Christianity sense, what it means to be a Christian, at least with regards to acting towards technology. So, for example, in one sense, there's obviously all sorts of doctrinal disagreements, but, when Christianity was still the dominant worldview of the West, say 1900, everybody understood the same moral principles, right? Lying, stealing, cheating, murdering, fornication were all considered wrong. That's not where the disagreement lay, right? It lay in certain doctrinal issues. And so, in that regard, I think we could have a mere Christianity view of how Christians ought to relate to technology, because in one sense, what we share in common is sufficient to give us a understanding of how we can all relate to that.
Brilliant. Well, let's start then. What is technology?
All right. Okay. So there's a few things that need to be pointed out. The first thing is Jacques Ellul's work on technique, which is probably the most thoroughgoing investigation of what technology is. Technology, in this sense, does not just mean the machines that we interact with. It also means the way that we interact with machines and the way that we interact with each other. So, which is why he uses the term technique, which is a little more abstract. There, in one sense, there have always been techniques, right? So, if you're a blacksmith, you're going to constantly be refining your craft. So, refining your craft is a kind of technique, but it's subservient to some higher end. In this case, to produce some sort of tool or weapon to be used by the community. Whereas in the modern age, technique has become the end in itself. So efficiency is the end in itself. And so now we have an ever increasing drive to maximize efficiency. So efficiency, but then in what sense? Efficiency of production generally. And so that leads to revolutions in the mode of production, because it's more efficient to have a more advanced mode of production, which then in turn leads to social revolutions where people have to reorient how they relate to the system, to the machine. Also, we can look at Thorstein Veblen's theory of business enterprise, where he discusses the machine process. So what is the machine process? Well, it's best to contrast it with what it isn't. Natural processes or nature are basically things that are not clearly controlled or delineated, right? We are in a sort of dynamic system when you're out in nature. And so you have to be aware of all these variables that could come upon you at any moment. Hence the classical and medieval view of fortune as, this capricious woman who on one minute you're on top of the world, the next minute you're at the bottom, because there's this play between chance and necessity. Whereas with the machine, the goal is to have a process itself that is very orderly, very structured, very rigid. And the only changes that take place are just those changes that either technicians or workers are told to do in it. So otherwise it's completely stable, and it's sort of being superimposed on nature. So for example, in the past, if you were a sailor, right, Christ says you can read the weather, right? You can say, oh, it's going to be a stormy day because it's a red sky. And then he says you can't discern the signs of the times. Well, we don't have to worry about that anymore, really. I mean, yeah, storms can still sink container ships. You got the Edmund Fitzgerald in the Great Lakes that was sunk. But by and large, with modern mechanical shipping, we don't have to worry about all of those things that sailors in the past would have had to pay attention to. And that's the sort of machine imposing itself over and above nature, creating the illusion that we don't have to pay attention to it. And then the other criteria, the other concomitant definition would be Ivan Illich from Rivers North of the Future, where he talks about the 3 ages of tools. For today's discussion, what's relevant is that the machine age itself is the age of systems, where man is now a subcomponent within the broader system. This is also hinted at in Huxley's Brave New World, especially his 1946 preface, where he quotes from Christ's parable, "Man, the Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath." And so we've what the Pharisees were doing with the Sabbath, making that the overlord over man, that is what has been happening with tools. So prior to that, tools were under our control and for our direction. So those 3 concepts of technique, machine processed, and systems from Jacques Ellul, Thorstein Veblen, and Ivan Illich basically are what the machine is. It's they define the contours of this thing.
Okay, so we've got quite a broad and thorough, like a wide definition that lets us encompass lots of stuff. Now, I should say my progression of thoughts with regards to technology has gone from techno-utopian, where I felt like everything that we made that could possibly be described as technology was good and was used overall net good in humanity's benefit, and developing technology therefore was an accelerator for positive things and was a good in itself. Two, extreme other side, which I think I've pulled back from now, but at one point I thought, well, actually, technology is an accelerator for evil, primarily. Maybe some good comes along with it by accident, but the main lens that we should use to think about technology is that it just causes problems and makes the world worse. So,
well, the last red pill is the TED pill. So, there you go.
I mean, it was around the time I was making this switch that I came across the ideas of Ted Kaczynski. So, fair enough. Maybe he had some influence. But from a Christian perspective, I think we have to note that there's technology that is used for good in the Bible, and the particular idea that really changed my mind on this is that the imagery for what we are going to see in the new heavens and the new earth will be a great city, the New Jerusalem. And a city inherently is different from a garden, in which everything began, in that it has extreme human cultivation. It's like the ultimate good use of technology, allowing humans to do things and live together in ways that would be impossible without technology. So, where do you find yourself on that spectrum?
Right. Okay. So the couple of things need to be said. One is whether you think collapse is coming or some other future. The question is still in the here and now, how do we relate to the technology around us? Because whether you think it's going to go away or you think it's going to advance to some higher level, you still have to make that decision. The other thing that I would say is, if we use the idea of the redemption of the city with the new heavens and the new earth in Revelation chapter 21 and 22, the problem here is, though, that tools as used in the Bible and in the ancient world are not technology in the modern sense. So not all tools are technology, but all technique is tools. So let me go back to Ivan Illich then. He identifies 3 ages of tools. The first age of tools goes back to the beginning of recorded history, right up until around the 12th century AD in the Western Middle Ages, which he calls the age of organon. Organon is Greek for tool, for organ. It's a part of a being. So in Plato, the hand is called an organon. The hammer is called an organon. The carpenter that's using the hammer and the hand is an organon. So all of those are seen as a part of an organic expression of a life. And then beginning in the 12th century, with certain scholastic speculations, Illich identifies what he calls the age of distance or distality. So the tool now has a telos in itself, not in the user. So if we look at, say, most people would be familiar with samurai from film. The idea is that you're one with the sword, right? The intent of the user and the sword and this whole Bushido culture are all wrapped up into one single entity. It's about breaking the distinction between you and the tool. Whereas, because you're one, there's no distinction. Whereas with distality, there is a distinction, and the tool itself has the direction. A good example would be Rey from episode 7. She just picks up a lightsaber and can use it with no training because lightsabers are used to cut things. That's a good expression of that thinking. And then now where we're at with the age of computers and systems is that there's a complex global interlocking system of technique in which we are a subcomponent. So all of the Bible that's been written, and really right up until almost all the medieval literature, at least right up into the 12th century, would be within the age of organon, and they wouldn't have had a conception of anything like technology as we do today.
Okay. I'm thinking of the concept in Revelation. There's this vision of the mark of the beast. You can't trade unless you bear the mark of the beast, 666. Now, perhaps the correct way of interpreting that is to say it was a contemporary reference and it referred to somebody who is part of long gone history. But lots of people interpret that as a thing that is yet to be fulfilled, and it will come about that Christians are being asked to do something or be part of some network that lets them trade. So this is almost a system, a technology as an integrated worldwide function. And the correct thing to do is to opt out, presumably at significant personal cost. So to what degree do you think we ought to take part in the systems that have become necessary for living in, I was going to say in society, but also we're not exactly given the option of going to the log cabin in the woods. So it's coming to the point where it's not difficult to imagine that you're either required to use all technology or none.
Yeah, well, so part of this is, the tension of what Christ said, being in the world but not of the world. So there are some things being in the world that you have to use, but then again, as Paul says, right? I'm not a slave to any of these things. That none of these things possess you. The things that you use, the things that you do, and so then the question is, well, okay, there are some things by their very nature that can't be used in a self-directed human way. And, so on the one hand, we have like the Amish who have maybe not as much as they once did, but had a near total rejection of modern technology. And then we have the futurists on the other hand, who just embrace everything. Now, obviously there's grades in between. And I think that what we would have to do is we would have to decide, well, okay, what kinds of technology are theoretically even possible to be used in this self-directed way so that it doesn't control us. That's the first question you'd have to ask. The second thing is, just like the Christians in the Roman Empire, they went underground into the catacombs because that was a sort of place where the emperor's writ did not read, because it was just a place that, they had taboos against being with the dead. So the Romans didn't go down in the catacombs, and the Christians could live there and develop societies. So the second question is, what would be the equivalent of the catacombs today? Where would be the place where we can't, the people in charge, that is, because of their assumptions and their sets of beliefs, ignore certain places, right? So we all know that, atheists, because they cut off think like in the Soviet Union, they cut off a large amount of facts about the world a priori because they're atheists. But that creates dissidents have an advantage now, because there's parts of the world that they can hide that the people hunting them won't look for because they don't believe it exists. So the third goal of the Christian then is, okay, well, how can we then find, so given the technique imposes costs and has a whole set of complicated philosophical justifications, which then blind people who believe it to other things, how can we use that blindness to our advantage and find places they can't see? Sort of thinking like Dune, how that Bene Gesserit cannot look at that part within their soul, but only Paul Atreides can. So, well, what's the part that they can't look at? And then where can we go there?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we've got this the current situation, and then we also have the speculation about what's about to happen. What we may be faced with for the in the remaining part of our lifetime. So can you sketch out for us what do you think are the key decisions and dilemmas that Christians are already dealing with the world as it is, and what do you see potentially as on the horizon as new challenges?
Right. So the first one I'm going to bring up is one that there are many sets of challenges that we can say are probably going to happen or likely going to happen, but we don't necessarily know when they're going to happen. There's one that we do know is going to happen, and we do know it's going to happen in our lifetime. And that's the demographic crisis that's hitting the whole world, where we have an aging global population and not enough young people to, unfunded liabilities, not enough young people to work to then pay to pay the government and taxes to then support these unfunded liabilities. All of that's due to technology, of course, right? Because with the pill, you can, quote, control your ability to have children. And so this creates a lopsided population demographic. And so then the question is, well, what happens when we experience that, right? Because the boomers are either going to retire, and they will eventually die. And at that point, after that point, when enough of them have died, what's going to happen? Because in the retirement years, because of these unfunded liabilities, you could basically bankrupt national governments trying to keep these people paid. So what kind of draconian measures are going to be used? Remember when Obamacare got started, they talked about death panels. Are they going to use death panels and say, well, Mr. Boomer, you're not going to get your retirement money after all because it's sink the economy? And then, but what do we as Christians who will likely have to live through this and beyond it, how do we deal with that? How do we begin to plan accordingly for this eventuality? That's one. And that's probably the most pressing because that's the one that we know is going to happen in our lifetimes, just based on, the lifespan of a human. The other things that I think will likely happen, but we don't exactly know when, is, when I say collapse, I use it in the technical sense that Joseph Tainter uses, which means you go from a high energy state to a low energy state. And so we've already seen that, right? We peaked in our energy consumption in America probably in the Bush years. And then Obama comes in and says, well, reduced expectations are the new normal. And then we just keep on consuming less and less and less and less. We all remember, when we were growing up 20 years ago, there was so much more capital to go around, and it's just not there anymore. There is so much more stuff to go around, and it's just not there anymore. So we are going to these lower and lower energy states. And the main reason why is bottlenecks in resource extraction due to EROIs, energy return on energy investments. It's just becoming thermodynamically. So it's not that it's financially impossible to pull it out of the ground, these energy sources, or that it's not marketly feasible, or we're going to run out. It's that it'll be thermodynamically impossible. So think of oil, right? Texas in 1930 and 40, for 1 barrel of oil in, you get 100 out. Now with shale, the best you can get is 1 to 3, and the worst is like 1 to 0.7. So at a certain point, given that it takes oil to get oil in to get oil out, you just won't be able to get oil out. And at that point, we've reached a crisis in energy production, which I think is coming. Shale oil can work, just like when the mid 20th century Germans were converting coal into oil. You can do that, but it's not a long-term strategy. It's not going to work for 50 years. So that's another one.
What if we develop, say, nuclear fusion, or we've seen fracking as a new mode of extraction of energy from the planet? Do we know that there's not going to be another uptick in energy production?
Well, I think it's highly unlikely because one, shale, it does not have a good energy return on energy investment. The best I've seen, because you get different figures for different articles you read, but the best I've seen is 1 to 3, which is pretty bad. And nuclear, even if we had, one, I think we should, if we were going to do that, the United States should have done that 20 years ago. I think it's a bit too late for that now. But even if it had been done, unless you're going to power 80-ton earth movers with electric batteries, which could be fueled by nuclear power, you're not going to get that stuff out of the ground. You still have to dig up the uranium. You still have to dig up all these resources to process. And a lot of that's done by, massive earth movers, which are powered by, petrochemicals. So diesel, I just don't see any way around that. No, you could say, well, in some sort of objective, absolute sense, could some creative whiz kid solve this problem? Maybe. But we're not
find a way to harvest the dark energy out of the universe or something. Yeah.
But we're not living in the America of the 1930s with Skunk Works and Lockheed Martin and all that. We don't have these genius people in teams, building these aerospace platforms in record time. We're a declining empire. So I mean, Well, in theory, I suppose something like that might be done. It's not likely. And I think we also have the problem of diminishing returns.
The difference between claiming that you know the future for certain, which is folly, but then also the other extreme would be making no plans for the future and assuming that you there's no probabilities on any of these things. We have to think about what's the most probable path and plan accordingly. And it appears to be a pretty safe bet that we're looking at ongoing reduction in standard of living, right?
Well, yeah, and that's the problem that I see with many Christians. They just assume that it's going to keep going as it always has, and the system that we're living in now, and all of these problems, somebody will fix them. I mean, I've heard that my entire life, but nobody gets around to fixing them.
So in chat, Javier Oliver is saying that the Earth is making oil all the time. I guess the argument here is that the oil reserves are never going to dry up. We've already seen some reduction. Is that true of extraction from classic oil reserves?
Well, even if we posit the hypothesis of abiogenic oil, that still doesn't solve our problem, right? Because we have water aquifers that do naturally refill, but in the Southwest, the consumption of water by Las Vegas and the metropolises of California are drying them out faster than they can be replaced, because we have an infinite demand curve of consumption. So even if we have that, because we know water aquifers refill over time, we're still draining them faster than they can be refilled.
So at some point, we've had a period of exponential growth of population, but any exponential curve turns out to actually be sigmoid when it hits its natural limits. So we have to adjust from this is such a sophomoric catchphrase, but our economy has been based on an assumption of endless economic growth. In fact, I think it was Greta Thunberg who most recently popularized that little aphorism. But there's some truth to the idea that we've got quite used to the idea that each generation will have more available resources than the last, and therefore you make certain cultural assumptions about the type of lifestyle that everybody is entitled to.
Right, exactly. Now, as to the Christian part of this, one thing that all within the sort of C.S. Lewis Mere Christianity umbrella, we all understand that Christianity is meant to be in relationship with other Christians. I mean, obviously in relationship with God, but we're supposed to live in relationship with each other. And actually, this is one of the critiques that Illich makes of technology in our modern age, is that it hampers and cuts at that connectivity, because fundamentally we're not relating to each other anymore. We're relating to machines. What Jacques Ellul called the modem society. So we become modems within that society in order to get what we need: food, clothes, shelter, things like that. Because what's producing it are these large, technical structures that we have to relate to in order to get it. And if we don't relate to them to get it, we don't. And that's that. But we've all heard the story about two people sitting next to each other texting each other, stuff like that. So what technology does in using it, right, as we become conditioned to use it to either get necessities or to get what we think are necessities but are really just luxuries, we are conditioned to relate to it rather than to people or even God. And so that, I think, is the key danger that the Christian has to technology, is that the technology habituates and disciples us to relate to it rather than to God or to our fellow Christians.
Okay, so we've talked a bit about the way that Christians, should anticipate the world changing, but I wonder if we can go through some of the other concerns, some of the issues that people have things like use of the internet and social media and the challenges that they can pose morally. So I think an obvious thing is that we are confronted with the potential for access to enormous amounts of immoral material. You know, we're kind of, if you think of the idea that Lot went and lived in a place that was unwise, you know, he went and lived in Sodom, and that then was kind of affected by the culture, and then maybe had his comeuppance in some sense. But is there a sense in which we all, for our convenience, have embraced the internet, and it is like living in kind of a virtual Sodom, you know?
Yeah, certainly parts of the internet can be a virtual Sodom. One of the things that the internet is really good for is, so if you wanted to read a lot of books and study, you had to go to a library, and then you had to go through interlibrary loan, and that takes time. Whereas, you know, what Google was initially doing was getting all of these books online, so that you could, in a matter of moments, do what would have taken months previously in a library system. So there is a sense in which can be quite useful. And I wouldn't say that, you know, that is a part of Sodom. It's more like that there's this whole ecosystem of cyberspace, of which there are a lot of Sodoms there, but not necessarily all of it. And the thing is, though, even the constructive use of it is still dangerous, in the sense that it's in the danger becomes you become so attached to this not real existence. It's not real. It's, you know, a library is real. You get to walk into it and talk to people and read books. If you're using it as a sort of like digital library, that's fine, but that's also not real. And if you make the mistake of thinking that it is real and, you know, relate to it rather than going to an actual library, you run into, that's a challenge. It's a different challenge, right? It's not the challenge of falling into immorality. It's the challenge of mistaking something that isn't real for something which is real.
There's this proverb in Proverbs 11 that says, "A false balance is an abomination to the Lord, but a just weight is his delight." It almost feels like a single verse proof of this dual nature of technology, right? That technology, a just weight, is a good thing. It's his delight. You know, we could use weights to allow us to make fair trades, and lots of things can flourish on the basis of that, and it's positively encouraged. But it is also possible to use technology for evil ends, and to use it for fooling people and taking advantage. So I guess how can we detect the false weights and the temptations also for us to use the equivalent of false weights?
Yeah, well, that's a very good question, but there was something I wanted to add before that as a sort of point here, because you mentioned, how do we relate to the internet? Now, it could be the case, and you don't see many people advocating this, but it could be the case that that cyberspace is in many ways as dangerous as, say, a battlefield. So in order to go to war, you have to train men to be ready to fight. You just ideally, you don't just send anyone. You send people that are trained to do it, and then that's what they do. So it might be the case that in a Christian community, only a handful of people have access to the internet. And those are people that have been properly trained and educated and catechized to know how to handle it in a healthy, constructive way with regards to their Christian understanding of things. And that then leads into your question: how do we know the dross from what is real, the fool's gold from, you know, the real gold from the fool's gold? And that just goes back to, you know, understanding the Word of God itself, right? The Word of God is that plumb line that Jeremiah has to determine the truth. And you have to be constantly engaging with that in order to, because that's even more real than the physical space that you're living in right now and the people that you're talking to.
Is this interesting comment reading about levels of alcohol consumption, prostitution, venereal diseases, etc., in the pre-modern world, our modern levels of degeneracy seem almost tame by comparison. I wonder if this follow-up pure speculation on my part, though I have nothing to back that up in the general sense, that we are presented a view of history, I think deliberately, that makes it seem worse than it actually was, right? We're kind of shown, Dickensian London as if everybody just had mud smeared on their faces and were being constantly beaten and frightened for their lives. So do you want to comment on that?
Well, I actually did a video last night on that, about how history has been unfairly maligned as worse than it was. So,
good timing.
I know.
Can you give us some of the highlights from that stream?
The basic thing is that what I'll say is this technology, as it's developed, has cast itself as a liberatory force. It liberates men to do things they otherwise couldn't have done before, either because the capital structure didn't exist for them to do it, or B, it creates it's like flight, right? That's not necessarily it's not necessarily something that's wrong, but you couldn't have done it before the airplane, before a certain level of capital development. But on the other hand, it allows us to ignore the short-term consequences of sin. So, with the pill, you can avoid pregnancy, and so the consequence of sin is hidden. You can take all of these drugs and pills and everything to avoid the consequences of your sin in the short term. But what we're realizing is that cannot be done in the long term. And a lot of these long-term issues that we're staring down the barrel of are the result of the long-term effects of these sins.
So in 1 Corinthians 6, Paul writes, "All things are lawful to me, but not all things are helpful," which I think is kind of an interesting, nuanced take on morality, whereby, of course, what he's saying is that the previous restrictions that he lived under the old covenant no longer apply. That he previously had to follow things like don't eat shellfish or don't mix fibers, and these were all. I probably should take 20 seconds to just make sure that I explain this correctly. So that he was part of the nation of Israel. The nation of Israel was given the law, and the law showed the fact that nobody actually was able to follow it. The fact that they weren't able to follow the law demonstrated their need for a different type of righteousness, and Jesus offers this alternative route to be right with God. And so now that Paul has his confidence in justification through Christ, he no longer needs to seek justification through the law, and therefore all things become lawful to him, because previously he had to stick to this path where he was trying to be right with God through the law, and now everything is lawful. But then he says, okay, yes, everything is lawful, but not all things are helpful. So we're not going to finish this stream saying these technologies are disallowed and we must not use them. But we are likely to conclude that certain things seem to be unhelpful. Is that would you agree with that general principle?
I think with a qualification here, there are a whole bunch of technologies which, again, like I said, flight, something we couldn't have done before, but now we're allowed to do because of these capital developments that are what we would call adiaphora. Paul uses that term. It means indifferent. It's, it just is out there and you can relate to it in a healthy way or an unhealthy way. But I think there are some technologies that are necessarily unhealthy and should necessarily be avoided. Specifically, those kinds of technologies that dominate us rather than allow us for having, being able to direct them. Again, that may not always be possible in an ideal sense because it is omnipresent. But if we have choice in the matter, then I think we would want to do that.
I'd like to also explore some of the positive developments where technology that's now available opens up new doors that Christians could make use of. And in a sense, maybe we're using one of them right now, because I hope it's no secret that what I'm hoping to achieve through this channel and all of my activities online is good, good in abstract. And if I was to lay out the specifics, I'm wanting for Christians who watch my content to become wise as serpents, to understand the reality of the world so that they can act prudently within it. And I want for people who see the world similarly to me apart from faith to really take seriously the possibility that the piece of my life I consider to be the most important, my relationship with God, is something that they're missing out on. So the existence of YouTube and the internet and all of these things we have some suspicion of has already proven itself as a vessel for these good purposes. So what's your feeling about the potentially very exciting elements whereby technology can open up avenues for good?
Well, as I said, when it came to researching many of the things that I did, 10, 15, 20 years ago, the internet was invaluable. Things could be done instantaneously that would have otherwise had to take months going through the library system. But I think those windows are closing, because when we went from, let's look at the digital revolution the computer revolution that takes place in the 80s, right? What is expanding into this new niche that hadn't been filled before. It was dynamic and it was anarchic and it was not really controlled very well. So it created this illusion of freedom. And I know a lot of anarchists and libertarians and liberals thought that this would be a new age of freedom. But once it has actually grown and consolidated itself, it now has a constricting element to it. So I think those good times are kind of over.
I don't think we can have a stream talking about technology right now without touching on AI. In a sense, it has felt for a while like technological development has been a little bit stagnant to me. We saw, maybe the most visible sign of progress for a while was the improvement in mobile phone technology. It seemed like every year you could buy something that was the same price but had markedly improved features, and then that just ceased happening. As with most product categories, in the 20s they were developing Hoovers and washing machines and things, and then suddenly all the consumer devices sort of already existed, and all the companies had to adjust to that. But over the last few months, it feels like there's been this seismic shift on the technology landscape, where actually the things that are being released as they're developed show the promise of absolutely turning many industries upside down, drastically improving productivity. Okay, let me throw over to you for general thoughts on the disruptive nature and its implications of some of these kind of machine learning based technologies.
Well, I'm going to go back to Dune and quote from the Orange Catholic Bible: "Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of a human mind." So Frank Herbert was on to a lot of the dangers of technology, and what everyone thinks about the sort of what I see with science fiction authors is they tend to be good on the idea side of things, but not so good in the dialogue, character development side of things. So, but Dune is an idea, having the idea of what do humans do once you are freed from the constraints of machines is really the relevant question to be asking. But as far as like AI, yeah, it's going to be terribly disruptive because it turns out that computer programmers put themselves out of a job. They got so good at computer programming that the program programs itself, and they're no longer needed. So,
having already put everyone else out of their jobs, it was about time that they felt,
well,
felt some of that
I know
squeeze.
it is. I mean, they were the ones that were saying learn to code to everyone, right?
Yeah.
Well, now the AI is like, well, I'll code for you. Now go home. And
Yeah, now all the programmers are looking for jobs as journalists.
yeah, no, that's the joke. But yeah, it's good. But we need to also be clear here. There's a lot of like fuzzy language here with the idea of AI. AI is an acronym for artificial intelligence. Now, what we all were told AI was going to be was HAL from 2001: A Space Odyssey. This basically human-like intellect coming from a machine. That's completely impossible for a host of metaphysical reasons. And then what they've done is they've watered it down to, oh, well, it's just general artificial intelligence, it's GAI. It's like, oh, come on. You're just watering down the definition in order to still use the word because of the shock value that it has. A few years back, Noam Chomsky was interviewed about the question of AI. He said, well, computers are just really fast calculators. And if you make the calculator just a little bit faster, it's not going to start thinking. I'm like, well, that's a very good point, Chomsky. Of course, Chomsky, that's his wheelhouse because he was a linguist. He studied language professionally. And so, but what it does do, though, is it's efficient at getting rid of people working. And so that creates a lot of social problems. But what I think is different about this new pivot, right, is these jobs are fully automated now. It's not like when you lost the farriers because the horses were gone, you got new jobs. You had auto mechanics. But if the machine takes the job from you, presumably the machine isn't going to then give it up later.
I've speculated that we transitioned the workforce from a strength-based to an IQ-based workforce. And what we might be about to see is a transition from IQ, as in the reason that you get hired is because of your brain, to a human connection-based workforce where the thing that you provide of value, after all, value, the reason that anything is worth money is subjective. And what matters is the subjective opinion of the powerful, I guess. That if something is considered of high value to somebody with a high degree of power, then it's worth a lot of money. If AI has significantly reduced, whatever we're calling AI, it will have the effect of making a lot of what we do with our brains, calculating and intuition, worth less money, then the thing that will remain a scarce resource that is limited by the number of people is human connection in some form. And therefore the thing that people will transition to as careers become more like service industry work or caring professions or, childcare, teachers, this sort of stuff.
Well, the problem I see, though, is we're already seeing in the service sector automation removing a lot of these jobs. I mean, even think like McDonald's and these other food service industries, we have these kiosks where you just go and place your order. You don't even have to go talk to people to place your order. And as far as socialization, I think we could just see, a chatbot, the AI chatbots take over.
Yeah, I guess my argument is that you see kiosks in McDonald's, but you don't see kiosks at the Ritz. So there's kind of there's a fundamental quality to a human interaction that humans appreciate, and whilst that has
powerful humans appreciate.
Well, so far that's been such a ridiculously expensive thing, You're going to pay for a human's time to take your order when a robot could do it. But so suppose we increase the total wealth generation of the entire society, to the point where, as much as we can point to all the ways in which modernity has impoverished our lives, we have at least seen most people have access to like more varieties of food and more access to heating, and there's some ways in which things improve, and perhaps when humans are useless for everything else, then they will fall into the remaining place for employment that makes sense, which is the thing they can offer uniquely when everything else is gone, is that they are metaphysically human. And that's all they've got.
Well, but you see, here's the problem, right? For these humans, right? Because we are all living in this, again, what Illich said, this system. We are conditioned to act like machines in order to interface with machines, and so the humans themselves are beginning to lack that human element and component, because that's just what they have to offer up on the altar of progress in order to interface with the machine to get what it wants. And so you have AI and robots and machines and people all trying to do the same thing. And since people weren't really made to do this, they'll be outcompeted in this game.
I sometimes think about the push. Lots of people are advocating for universal basic income, which is quite a dark vision for the future, because what those people are proposing is that you have an unlimited number of people who are kept alive, given the subsistence that they need, without having to have any interaction with the outside world. It's the nutrients and so on in, and waste out, but they're not having any impact on the earth. So it feels like giving up as a solution, as in a sense. Like, you're just going to say, okay, we're going to have to deal with mass unemployment, and we're going to just do the most humane thing in an otherwise hopeless scenario.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think something like UBI is probably going to happen as long as this current order exists. Now, again, if others are correct and collapse comes, and we have a whole different set of issues to worry about. But the real issue, though, is when the machines do, because we humans are forced into being discount machines. We have to act like machines to do the work, but machines do it better. And so this process of automation is going to naturally outcompete humans, since that's the level at which we're engaging economically. And so Bill Joy, in his 2000 article on Wired magazine, Bill Joy founded Sun Microsystems, said, "Well, the future doesn't need us," or some of that effect. Talks about just this problem of like a fully automated society. He basically sees three futures: one in which humans are kept around as like a social science experiment for the elites; one where they're sort of just like kept with UBI, just kept alive in some sort of like attenuated existence, and then the third one is where they're just all exterminated by the elites because they're useless eaters. And so, that's the problem. That was 23 years ago. So, I think as long as this is the game we're playing, one of those three options is probably going to happen.
I feel like it just misses the significance of work. That we tend to think of work as negative intuitively, because we wouldn't do it and be paid for it unless we wouldn't do it unless we were being paid for it. Almost by definition, most people's experience of work is psychologically negative. But actually, I think anybody who's spent any time unemployed will realize that work is actually very positive to your life. It's a constraint on your time it's kind of scaffolding. It's almost necessary. Biblically, we see the structure of a week with 6 days of work and one day of rest, which is I think a pattern that we ought to expect to try to continue to live. And I mean, if we get to a point where 95% of humanity is superfluous to needs, and like, it's interesting to say what would be the correct path to choose if you happened to be in the 5% elite, where you were like, well, we've got all these people around and they no longer can provide anything useful to us. What should we do with them? And I can't help thinking that it ought to still be the case that they are required to do some form of work if they want to eat, because I just think being allowed to subsist without work is just very psychologically damaging.
So one thing I'd say what Tucker Carlson said to Ben Shapiro: if I could stop the robot trucks, I would.
Oh, yes.
Instead of putting all those people out of a job. So I think the real question is, why are we doing this? This is clearly insane. But
interesting.
The other thing that I'd say is that work, we need to also understand that with the way we've changed in our relationship to tools, the way we understand work has changed. So, for example, in the Jetsons, George is just pressing a button all day long, right? It's a joke, but like, that's the goal of automation. And eventually you won't even need a human to press the button. Now, in one sense, he's working, but most of us wouldn't consider that really work. And a lot of the mechanical activities that, humans are an aid to is a variation on that parody we see with George Jetson. It's not really work. We're technically already there. It's not really work what's being done. First of all, we have
which you see to some degree when you have the COVID lockdowns and productivity barely drops.
Yeah,
despite so many people no longer being asked to do their jobs.
You have what David Graeber called BS jobs that really only exist as make work projects, usually revolving around paperwork and because of litigation and CYA and all that. And then also the fact that the work itself is meaningless. So if you're just pulling a lever to stamp metal on an assembly line, and you do that all day, now you compare that to someone who was a craftsman, a blacksmith, who makes a sword for a noble. That takes a lot of skill and effort and attention and a lifetime of training to get there. And so when you do get there and you do it, it's a very satisfying thing for the blacksmith to do. No such satisfaction ever occurs to anybody on the assembly line.
Yes. So what would be your solution if you were put in charge? If you were faced, so you were agreeing with Tucker Carlson and saying, okay, so suppose the technology is, we've already got automated trucks and we've got this massive unemployed male, this giant problem. You'd say be like take a hammer to all of the self-driving trucks and uninvent the technology, as it were.
Well, yeah, I mean, monkey wrenching would be a solution, but what I think you'd have to do is, well, first of all, I don't even think such a system would be feasible in the long run for a couple of reasons. One would be the energy crisis that would inevitably result from such a system, but also the fact that I don't think people would put up with it. They would. We see all those riots in 2020. I think we just see like riots like that all the time because people would have nothing to do, they'd have nothing to live for, they'd feel trapped, and they'd feel right, but they wouldn't really know who to target or why they're trapped. And so I think you might just have a series of revolutions that overthrow the system because people are just fed up with it. But if you are in charge and you don't want to be toppled out of the castle, I think you'd have to develop some sort of a plan of transition away from this to something else.
What do you think of the idea that 2020 showed us that normal human behavior has now been solved again by technology? People can find quote unquote meaning through video games. Like they can live in a fantasy land. They can have all the entertainment and delicious food that they could possibly imagine delivered to them. The revolution won't happen. People are actually, we almost end up in a world where the work that they do is in truth meaningless, but it has, it's given the veneer of meaning, and people are capable of deriving meaning out of meaninglessness.
Well, I think so we can say that, these people that were, during the COVID lockdowns were finding meaning, right, in otherwise meaningless situation. But I think a better way to look at it is that they're kept in a hypnotic state. So through the radio, through the television, through the internet, through all of these ads, all of these, basically it's a kind of sorcery where they're kept in this hypnotic state by being constantly exposed to not only the message itself, the message of all of these people competing for your time, but also the medium of consuming the message. And so you're kind of in this hypnotic state. And so think of like the Pied Piper, right? He hypnotizes the kids and marches them out of town. It's sort of like that.
So let's come towards a close, because we've only got about 60 seconds left. How can we summarize the title of the stream? How should we relate to technology?
So the Christian should relate to technology in the way that he relates to everything else, to not be controlled by it. But certain technical systems are so complicated, it's very difficult to envision how that could not be the case, which then means the central dilemma then is how to identify which forms of technology could be self-directed, in which case they're not controlling us, we're controlling them, rather than the machine controlling us. And then, making those hard decisions to say, well, look, if these machines control us, or if they expose us to too much risk, like the internet, we just should stop using it. And maybe not everybody should, right? Maybe some people who could be specially trained for this sort of spiritual warfare kind of thing could use it safely, and they'll be the ones that use it, just like you send a soldier to fight wars and not civilians.
Well, thanks so much for joining me, Todd. Everybody should go and subscribe to Praise of Folly's channel. Believe me, every stream he goes this hard and this deep on whatever topic he's talking about. And yeah, I think he's really bringing some of the, some of the most important and cutting edge thinking, drawing from a wide variety of sources. So highly recommend you go and search for Praise of Folly. So yeah, thanks for joining me.
Well, thank you for having me, Luke.
Great. Well, my next guest is Morgoth, but unfortunately he couldn't find a time that we could do live, so I've had a pre-recorded conversation with him. So I'm now going to throw to myself from sometime last week, if I can find... Oh, hang on. I'll tell you what. I will, first of all, I'm going to play a quick segment that is a plug, an interstitial, if you like, and then immediately after that, I'm going to air the conversation I had with Morgoth. So, Conversations 2023. I guess if I'm going to play this every single hour over the course of the week, some of you will end up watching this section 40 times. Okay, so first of all, are you subscribed to this channel? Should be quick and easy to check. And if not, why not? I basically only use this channel once a year, so there's no need to fear notification spam. Imagine the travesty that it would be if in a year from now you missed Lambda Conversations 2024. Also click the bell button, and the bell button will give you a push notification a year from now, and you will think back and thank yourself for the foresight that you showed. I have another channel. The other channel is called Lambda Bible Studies. Every episode, every stream, we pick a chapter of the Bible and I have a guest and we talk over it. Just type in Lambda Bible Studies into the YouTube search box and it'll be the top result. Subscribe there, check it out, try it, see what good it does you to have an injection of the Bible, of Scripture, almost like into your veins. Although maybe that's actually a dangerous analogy to use right now. Byline for the channel should be try injecting something that's good for you this year. There's also a Discord associated with that channel, a lively community that's ranges from wise veterans of the faith through to seekers who are trying to figure out more. Maybe they're on a faith journey of their own. I also have a Twitter. Go and check me out at I am Lambda, all one word. If you're anything like me, and I suspect that you are, you spend too much time online as it is in this weird, cursed half-life that we all have to endure. The thing that I'm most excited to tell you about is called Lambda Weekend Retreat. And actually we did one of these last year. It was a massive success. From Friday the 21st to Sunday the 23rd of July, a group of us will be staying on the beautiful south coast of England, 10 minutes walk from the beach. If you're interested, send me an email, lambda.retreats@gmail.com. But it's more than just an opportunity to hang out with each other. It's a big opportunity to clear time in your calendar, clear time in your life to draw closer to God. Last year, about half the people who came weren't Christians. We sang hymns, we did Bible studies, we prayed, we talked about faith, and I don't believe there was a single person who regretted coming in the slightest. It was a really genuinely joyful, amazing time, a chance to take faith a little bit more seriously. Jesus said, "Behold, I send you out as sheep in the midst of wolves. So be wise as serpents and innocent as doves." My mission is to foster a community of Christians who are indeed wise as serpents, who see through the lies we're surrounded by. If you're interested in this, send me an email, lambda.retreats@gmail.com. Check your diary, the weekend of the 22nd of July. I anticipate that it's going to be overbooked pretty quickly, so I will have to do first come, first served. If enough people get in touch, I might look into doing a second retreat, maybe the following weekend. Let's have a look at some footage from last year's weekend retreat.
So we're like 20 minutes walk to the beach, surrounded by a bunch of trees, like really tranquil.
But the area is very pretty. For Swiss people, any place near the sea is great. So it's been very fun so far, and the weather's been fantastic. And I met a bunch of very nice people, so it's all been great.
It's been a nice change of pace in that regard, and everyone's been really nice. There haven't been any schisms that I've been aware of, so...
I've gotten a much closer relationship to God. I don't feel like a LARPer when praying anymore.
Well, I came into here as I wouldn't say a skeptic, it's very much a person who hasn't been brought up in any sort of spirituality and no connection to religiosity. It's definitely opened my eyes. It's given me a view into scripture that I've never ever read, not even offhand at school. And it's very different coming at it from a outsider's perspective, I feel. It's definitely been very positive.
It's good to meet people who have been Christians all their lives, and people who are, like me and have recently found Christ, or people who are still seeking, and be able to discuss with them, the joys of God and of worship.
I've not had much church experience. We've gone intermittently to our local C of E church for a couple of years, but off and on. So I've not really had any experience for anything like this before.
There is a level of instant available camaraderie, which is lovely. Having it's like being in a society where people have shared assumptions again.
You do feel like you're not so alone in the big world.
A lot of us, I think we've come to Christ sort of on our own, so it's going to be quite isolating a lot of the time.
You've taught me some skills I didn't know I probably needed for Bible study, and with it being my first Bible study, it's been nice to be around people who are in the same boat.
I came here very much as a seeker, hoping to find connection, and my worry was essentially, is this going to be too high level? Am I not going to get any references? But there was absolutely none of that.
I haven't really read a lot of the Bible on my own, so it's been nice to read some of the important verses.
Local church by me, I've never had any interaction with whatsoever, but coming into a group of very open, easy to talk to Christians has been wonderful.
It's just really nice to do Bible studies in person with like a community, and obviously like with this community you can get like really intelligent people coming along, kind of giving their own understandings, and you're kind of getting insights that you wouldn't get on your own.
I think the group discussions were very interesting. Lots of different points of view that came together.
This is the thing that I always find about Bible study, is that it's particularly satisfying to make connections to other parts of Scripture, especially the Old Testament.
The microscopic detail that you can go into about everything is fascinating, really. It's like an endless rabbit hole.
Yeah.
So I think when I'm reading in future, I'll be paying extra close attention.
The biggest things I hadn't noticed were in the wedding at Cana, which I think I had such a simplistic child level understanding of before. The sacred nature of the vessels, the one stored in, the way that the miracle was hidden, and where it was placed within the ministry is just a whole new level to the process. And the metaphorical level on which you get the idea that the best wine being saved till last might be about more than just the wine.
It's a bit different to hearing it on YouTube or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's a bit more personal and obviously a bit more interactive.
It's been wonderful, really. I didn't really know what to expect, but it's been just wonderful having a space to kind of think about Jesus and sort of Christianity quite intellectually, but it's not been intimidating. It's just been really free and open.
I think it's good to know that you don't actually fully have to understand faith for you to begin to step in the way of Christ, and to be able to begin to experience the fruits of the Holy Spirit and of God. And I think that's important to know that you don't have to comprehend everything, you just have to have some faith.
It's been great. I've gotten so many new friends here.
I definitely feel God's been here with us this weekend with the Spirit and stuff.
It's just joyful, really. It's just been so much fun and so kind of, freeing and joyful and open.
For closing thoughts, I think I am not going to be alone in saying that there is a big appetite to do this again. Give it a try. As someone with very little experience, it's been very rewarding, very reassuring, and we're definitely going to get something out of it. How can I say it? People are inspiring. These are good people to emulate.
I've really had a lovely time. It's it's a shame that it was so short.
This is a mission field that needs to be continued. We should definitely do it again.
I hope I'll be able to attend again.
Would you come again?
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Yeah, it would be amazing.
Yes, absolutely, in a heartbeat.
So have a serious think about coming to that, maybe pray about it. The future is uncertain. There are serious things to be worried about. There's many ways that we could respond to this, but I really believe that the difference between disaster and renewal, both individually, as a community, and nationally, is how we respond spiritually. And perhaps part of the way that you can act towards that end is to come and join with people who feel the same way as you do. The Lambda Weekend Retreat starts on Friday, the 21st of July. Email lambda.retreats@gmail.com. Do it now to secure a place. This is the end of the pre-recorded section. Let's get back to my guest. Morgoth, thank you so much for joining me for Lambda Conversations 2023. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Just having a bit of a lazy day. It's been crazy hectic in my personal life and recently, so you've caught me having a bit of a lounge around on this Saturday.
Well, let's have a nice, chilled, kickback kind of stream. Well, this isn't a stream. This is pre-recorded, to be clear. In real life, this is my opportunity to have a bit of a break. So I'm grateful for that. I mean, it's always a little bit second class for people watching live because we won't be able to react to comments. But sequentially, this is the first interview that I'm doing for the Lambda Conversations 2023. And I'm thrilled to have you. You're such a clear and interesting voice in our spheres. And today we're going to be talking about dystopia fiction and which aspects of it do and don't correlate with reality. So should we get going on that?
Yeah, if you want, yeah.
So I guess the first question is, which dystopian fiction stories do you chime with? Which ones resonate with you?
It kind of changes. I mean, I'm a 80s movies fanatic, and there seems to be sort of three different genres. There's three different depictions of dystopia. There's one which is sort of Mad Max Apocalypse, which is a complete sort of reset, a complete return to barbarism and primitivism. And then you've got the more like Blade Runner-esque tech dystopia, which is mainly corporate. And then there's another one which I would say is kind of like the robots take over or progressive future, which kind of intersect with each other. I mean, that's something that we're kind of dealing with now. Is that how does that fit into progressivism? Which is what they're struggling with when like chat GPT or whatever it's called comes up with the wrong answers to certain questions, and they find they've got to modify it, you know. But I think in really like so philosophically, there's things like Tron. I would put Tron in with Blade Runner. I find that actually the second Tron Legacy movie, I thought, had some really interesting ideas in it, and I always wanted to make a video on it. I just never got around to it. But there's some really fascinating concepts in that. I would say it was dystopian as well, even though it's inside the computer. It touches on similar themes of utilitarianism, and which is a common theme with you'll see that as well in something like the Soylent Green is another one which I would put into that category. The kind of the end of the world where everything just goes back to zero is something which it's weird because that got kind of forgotten about. I think that became a thing mainly because of like nuclear war in the background, and when our kind of depictions of dystopia became much more focused on technology running amok because the Cold War receded into the background. But I think that's now like beginning to come back again. I think the kind of the wasteland scenario is coming back again now, which because it looked kind of ridiculous. You would look back on something. I mean, Waterworld was another one, but you would look back on something like Mad Max, especially, and think like it just never happened. And it looks, you know, in the 2000s, at the height of neoliberalism, the specter of nuclear war was long gone. And all of this kind of thing, and then it was like, well, this just never happened. But now we're kind of looking at it. And I did an article last year called "Is the West an Elephant on Stilts?" which touched on that to some degree, looking especially at the internet cables which run under the Atlantic Ocean and how precarious they are, like dangling. All of the civilization is like dependent on these cables, and they're dangling over the side of cliffs 2 miles down at the bottom of the ocean with crabs scuttling across them. And I thought it's funny. It's a funny thing because it's kind of like the height of hubris is, and then you build all of these things on top of that. And I was reminded of the Salvador Dali picture of the elephants walking on stilts, and when I did a little bit of research on them, you could see it's like when you look at it carefully, you think, oh, the elephants, that like, because the picture's still, you think, well, are the elephants actually stable, or are they? And when you look at it more clearly, it's clear that the one on the right is actually going to come down, but it's captured at this certain perspective. At the end of the day, you'd rather be on the ground than on the back of the elephant. You'd rather when that happens.
Let me bring that up so viewers know which image we're talking about. But while I'm doing that, do you think it's fair to say when an artist creates a dystopian work of fiction, it reveals something about their own fears, and when a piece of dystopian fiction becomes popular, it says something about the fears of the people, or possibly you could argue that if something becomes popular, it's not come about through this ground up process, and therefore it tells you something about the types of fear that the elites want people to be thinking about.
I mean, yeah, the thing is, there is like a can of worms with that, because you get what people today call predictive programming. I definitely think the one on the right looks like it's about a face plant, and the one on the left, like if the lower legs just don't look too great. So the question is, like, are we just too far removed? Have we got our heads in the clouds, and have we, with one sort of superficial structure built on top of another superficial structure? I think that painting does a brilliant example of depicting that kind of idea, and of course with the assumption being that when you fall, you're going to fall hard. And what's interesting is that there doesn't even seem to be much of a way to. I think our society now is actually kind of apocalyptic. It does have something. Like, there's this. You've always got the new thing, the latest thing that's going on. There's always this sense that you're living in this like constant state of emergency, which we have been for the last 3 years or something, where one thing or another. And it's this constant sense of impending doom. And I like now, like as just before, like an hour ago, it looks like Donald Trump's going to be arrested, and he's telling his followers to go out on the streets and protest. And you get this is going to be the next thing, this will be the next week's news cycle. And my I was actually did a couple of tweets on Twitter about how, like, it's 40 years since Bonnie Tyler released Total Eclipse of the Heart, and I find it's because I get accused of this kind of wrapping myself in nostalgia like a lot, and I do slip into it a lot. I know it is a thing that I do, but it is true that I think it's dangerous, and I've warned people about that, especially young men, or men and men, really not so young men when it comes to nostalgia, about like the late night kind of indulgent sort of too many whiskeys, reliving the old days is bad news. And I got a blast of that yesterday when I was in Newcastle all the time. I mean, we're getting a little bit sidetracked from the subject of apocalypse, but it is like it's still this feeling of being lost in modernity, and in an apocalyptic scenario, like it should express the fears of the time. But I don't really see that happening in the culture as it is now, because it's so controlled. I mean, if you look at something like if you look at, say, Planet of the Apes, which is a good example, like that came out at the height of the Cold War. It came out in 1969, during the Cold War. So you can see the backdrop would be nuclear annihilation. And that's the big twist when you see the Statue of Liberty popping out of the iconic image of it, and then you get with Charlton Heston again in the 70s. There's a lot more of the dystopian stuff in the 70s with Omega Man and Soylent Green. And then in the 80s, you see like it becomes more tech centered. So you get Terminator and you get Blade Runner and this kind of thing. And then obviously Mad Max, as you mentioned. Then you head in, you get stuff like Total Recall. So it becomes more technology censored, but as technology is right. So it still reflects that era. I mean, you even get in the 90s the Michael Crichton stuff about genetic modification. That's where Jurassic Park came from. But as you get into the 2000s, I just think like all this kind of interesting cultural forms which comment on the age that they're in just seem to cease. They just seem to sort of dwindle away, and you get nothing but remakes and rehashes, which is kind of dystopian in its own way, where you're stuck in this loop with a culture that doesn't know how to sort of, all it can do is reference other things from the past. Without having like even being able to express the state that it's in. One exception to that would be there's a couple that I like from Texas who do kind of it would be an insult to say it was conspiracy stuff. It's called Truth Stream Media, and they did a video on the Ohio thing, East Palestine, that massive explosion and chemical thing they did. And it turns out there was actually a movie which was supposed to be well made and well written, called White Noise, and that it was White Noise. I don't know if you heard about this, but at the end of last year there was a film came out which basically based on exactly what would happen in February. It was in Ohio, and it was about a train that crashed. And the massive chemical explosion. And I haven't seen the movie, so I've got to be careful. And I know that happened. And people were saying that this is predictive programming. And it was really, really creepy just how much that it was like basically it did predict it. It like I don't know what the chances of that happening are, that there was this major Netflix production which just did the exact thing. This whole storyline actually happened in the same place 6 months later. How do you explain that? I don't know.
Yeah, so I guess the theory then might be that you'd have to say the conspiracy side would be the event was planned, that they knew it was going to happen because it wasn't an accident. I mean, I certainly heard those ideas floated with regards to the coup and lockdown situation, that there was films that seemed to spookily foreshadow those events.
Yeah, and the interesting thing was that it gets a little bit deeper than that, because the movie that predicted, which is set in Ohio and has a train crash at that place at East Palestine as well, and they crash, and then it's the same thing as what actually happened, and even where there's reports of a second train having another derailment in a town which was called Ironweed or something. It was like Iron. There was another town and it began with Iron, and it literally happened in the movie as well. But the film itself was called White Noise. And that's where I think this gets interesting, because white noise is the kind of static which just makes you can't decipher one thing from the other, because everything gets lost in this kind of cacophony of mumbo jumbo and noise. And in a way, like that's kind of what happened, because originally when that massive mushroom cloud went up, it wasn't reported by the media hardly whatsoever. Like it got gradually picked up on by kind of by the conspiracy theorists, basically, and then it wormed its way into the media, and it was like, okay, but in total it took like 10 minutes, and so there was this aspect to it, like that the story itself had been lost. It had been placed, and I think I just find that mind-boggling that we don't even. I mean, there's people now saying they're ill. There's other people saying everything's fine. It's a non-story. I mean, I don't know which is which. And in a way, like to tie all of this back to the original point, in a way, this is the dystopia that we're in so far. It is like this kind of information overload where that's the nature of this dystopia that we are in, just this constant flood of information, so you don't know what truth is. And I think this is going to get much worse with AI. I did a Substack on it recently, and so I think you get this general retreat. It's certainly starting to like affect me that way, where you get like kind of exhausted with being expected to keep up with the latest story, or say Trump is being arrested and there's going to be protests out, and last week it was the Gary Lineker thing. Is it like a gay op? Is it like a, what's the angle here? How many layers of lies and deception is there? And it's exhausting. And I think this is at least in the white noise. I mean, I don't know what went on with that. Maybe they did just get lucky and predict something that happened. But what's weird is that the commentary of the film itself, like, it was based on this information overload, not knowing what's going on anymore, not being able to have a stable narrative framing for understanding things, you know.
So, in a sense, the effect of people paying attention to the media is that they're made to live a dramatized dystopia, where they're given the impression that the real world events that are unfolding have the form of a terrifying movie, that they're in one dystopia after another, and the particular thing that they're made to fear might change, but at any time they're being stressed and put under pressure, and everything's hyped up. They have to act now because the fate of humanity depends on it, and then 2 weeks later some other new threat will come in. It's like the effect that all of the techniques that the blockbuster movie industry had developed for selling tickets has been adopted by news stations and I guess by social media companies as well, so that people can't take their eyes off what they're seeing, and it's got that extra spiciness of at least some tangential connection to reality.
The Truth Stream video essay, which was really long, which they did, they even went into the supermarket. How the supermarket is like this sort of hyper exaggerated reality, and they were pointing out things like even the cereal boxes have got all these cartoon characters on the front of them, and all of the characters are designed to make eye contact with small children. So and all of the colors have been like designed and workshopped to make people feel at ease. So there's a certain color scheme when you go into get your meat. It'll be this color scheme, and it'll be presented this sort of to make you feel one way. And then when you go to you get your booze, or you get your fruit or whatever, and all of it is this subtle sort of manipulation, this subtle emotional manipulation. And they've been at this for a long time, but I think it's become so all-encompassing now that it's just sort of saturated the landscape. And there's this more and more, there's this general retreat from it all, where people just give up. I was looking before, there's this problem that they've got. I mentioned this is an older talking point of mine, but so many people are dropping out of work now in Britain, that the Chancellor of the Exchequer is beginning to get worried. And obviously they're going to say this is an excuse to bring in more immigrants and stuff. But I kind of get it. I kind of get why people are just dropping out. They just don't want. And people are saying, "Oh, well, it's because of the lockdowns." Maybe it is, but I think it's something more than that. I think it's this exhaustion, and one of the reasons they're giving for dropping out are mental health problems. And I used to be this more of this hard-faced sort of almost like libertarian type, where it's like pull yourself up by the bootstraps, snowflake. And in actual fact, I've totally changed on that, because I think now it's like they are right. Like, this is a society which seems designed to drive you demented and insane and mad. And I don't blame people for wanting to drop out. I don't think any of it's worth it. I mean, you can bring in the wider like political ramifications of all of this. And you know, how are they going to pay bills, and how are they that's all, you know, I get it. But like, at the same time, I do feel that way. I mean, I made an older video about male suicides, and how when they go along to the psychiatrist or a doctor, and they'll tell the doctor like what their problem is, like it's always personalized. It's always brought back down to the individual, where it's a you problem. And actually, I think, you know, maybe it isn't. Maybe it is. Like, you know, that old saying when people say, like, you can't blame society for your problems. What, like, why not? Like, maybe it is. Maybe society is sick. Maybe because the assumption then would be that everything's perfectly fine and dandy, and you are this outlier. You are this widget which is not really working well in the machine. And so we're going to have to try and fix you to get you back into the machine working efficiently. That's actually the approach. That's the mentality. And you think, well, what if like the machine's running too fast? What if society is the problem? Like, in general, what if these people have got good reason to be mad, to be going crazy in this clown show, when you see what they're expected to deal with every day, you know?
It's funny you mentioned the idea of society being sick, because the first video that I uploaded to YouTube that kicked off this entire project, you know, my participation on AA's channel and this channel and so on, was early January 2021, and the thesis of the video was that the UK was essentially suffering from what's that mental thing people talk about, where you're overly quick to self-diagnose with an illness, you know, hypochondria, right? That that we were over treating ourselves, but it's a scary prospect of the entire society that you live in being sick, because you can't do anything about it if it's a problem on that scale. And then you realize you as an individual are going to have to look like the crazy one in the way that you live and the choices that you make. Because if you go along with the mass hysteria that's happening, you will damage yourself, and so you have to do what other people think is crazy, if you really have your own best interests at heart.
I mean, I used to, when I was in a happier age, when I lived away, and I had a big aquarium, quite big. It was like 250 liters, and I was really proud of it. I had it for years, and in the first year or so, I made a lot of mistakes, and I had to read books in Dutch about how to keep the aquarium in the water. And I did all of the thing where you use those ceramic little sort of tubes, and you put it in the net, and you put it in the filter. I did all sorts, and I got these microbes that you put in, and eventually I got I got clownfish in there. I got like this massive, small catfish, but it became huge. But in the earlier days, I had a lot of plants in there, because a friend of mine, a Belgian fella who I knew, he knew a lot about it, and he was saying you can offload a lot of the water cleaning duties onto the plants. The plants will just become doing that all the time. And I put in there's these water, well, they're called water pest, and it was just like this fast growing weed which just filled up. But it did do that. It wasn't particularly pretty, but the water was perfect. And after a while, I got kind of bored with them. So I got these other plants which had like broad leaves, and I pulled out like half of the water pest. I just branched it out and planted these other things in there. Now, what happened was that like almost all the fish, I came home from work the next day and like almost all the fish were dead, just belly up. Because what had happened was I'd become so reliant on the plants that I hadn't actually cleaned the filter nearly enough. So what was actually happening was that basically the water just was in a very bad state, but the plants were taking up the damage. The plants were soaking up all of the toxins. And so when I removed that, I disturbed that, the water just flooded, and I was really gutted. And I would never make that mistake again. But the point of it is, like, if you've got this controlled environment like we do, which our society is, and there is a general sense of there's something not right. If you look at it from the perspective of keeping an aquarium, you can't blame the fish for the fact that the water's the water's poisonous, even to the point where, like, I did have a couple of cichlids where you make a little tunnel for them, and they were actually they actually breeded, which is the crown and glory. That means that your water's in top shape. Everything's doing great when that happens, you know. And so if you are, it seems to me that if you're looking at it from this perspective, you can't just blame the fish. If all the fish suddenly start to go mad or lethargic, or weird or dying, then you okay, why is that happening? What's going on? And this is not what happens. What you can do is say, well, it's your problem, fish. Like, if it's your problem, you're not coping well in the environment that I've created for you. And it seems there's a lot in that, I think. It seems like there's nobody. You could say, oh well, the government don't care and all that. I don't think it's even. There's no one. I mean, you could say in times gone by, the religion would have kept the water clean. The religion would have Christianity would have been the cleansing force in the water. Who is responsible for that now? The politicians, who are just interested in serving the interests of money. There's nothing. There's no. So the water, the sort of the very air we breathe is everything about this society is sick. But then when you point it out, like, it goes back down to the level of the individual, because the idea of like what it would take to actually clean things out and make things into a healthy environment, a spiritually nourishing environment where people had meaning in their lives, like it's too much of a task. So then they'll offset it back down onto the individual. And if the individual tops himself, well, who cares? There's more we can bring in from the other countries.
Yeah, I guess there's a real pressure on everyone in the society to believe that that we have this bottom-up type of rule where the decisions are made collectively. And I mean, that's not true, but it is the way that everything is framed in the discourse. And consequently, when there's something that's a big problem, people look for a solution along the lines of either who amongst the people have the bad opinions, like which of our fellow populace are the problem, or is there some tweak we can make to the processes? Can we adjust the manner in which opinions are collected, or do we need to find a better way to distribute the information? Whereas I think, to go to your fish analogy, it's like, okay, our tank is filling up with ammonia. the pump needs changing. We, the fish, cannot change the pump. You know, we look to the Morgoth to do the pump change, and the Morgoth is just saying, well, I'm doing everything that you fish are telling me to do. It's like, as a leader, your responsibility is to make decisions that the people under you cannot make. You can't, you know, the fish are too stupid. If you ask them if you ask the fish what they want, they're just going to ask for more food, you know, and they don't have the capacity to understand what the you know, that it's the pump that needs fixing. So yeah, I guess there is this this level of almost clarity, I feel, in a strange sense, in having accepted that the problem is beyond my capacity to solve, and maybe the problems are going to get catastrophically worse and quickly, but there is no point in taking it upon myself to solve the problem. Right? My best course of action is to at least develop the best inner personal strength that I can to weather the seeming approaching storm. I wonder if you do you have a similar outlook in general?
I do now. Increasingly, I do now. I mean, it's interesting to think on a more, I guess, sort of Protestant sort of stand on your own 2 feet and make things the best, you improve yourself in the face of that, because it does seem that there's an interesting sort of dynamic there. There's a sort of dichotomy where you can say how much am I being affected by the wider society? Will you be in this permanent struggle as an individual to keep meaning in your life, to keep meaning in what you're doing, and have a world which makes sense while the world around you is going increasingly insane? And it's interesting because this is what you see. Both with people returning more to religion, but then even just in the sense of people looking for the escape routes, going off grid and forming like basket weaving communities. And it's, I mean, in my own life, I'm looking to do this like right now is it's kind of the reason why this is being recorded and I can't do it live. Not to, you know, go too much into personal stuff, but it seems like more and more people are into this kind of mode of, yeah, I protested for a while. But now we've kind of seen the scale and the scope of this monstrous system, and it's fight or flight. And we tried the fight, and it's flight now. That seems to be the way it's going.
If you imagine being a rider on the back of one of these elephants, which is, as you pointed out, are clearly just doomed to fall down. You know, you've observed the problem. The first instinct is probably to think through, what are the options to reinforce the legs? Can I give better instructions to the elephant to stabilize the situation? But you've got to conclude the elephant's coming down sooner or later, and probably sooner. The trick is probably trying to climb down these legs and get to the ground. You know, we've kind of ascended ourselves up into the air, so we have this ridiculous system. It's kind of fragile, and there's so much impetus to stay, you know, to find solutions to stay up here. It's actually if you try to stick with the elephant, as it were, you're protected from a lot of things. You know, you more or less cannot starve. You know, in the UK you will get medical help as long as you try to stay in the system. But any attempt to climb down to the ground and say, actually, I'm going to opt out of this whole contraption and try and just live a more basic existence, like it's legally disallowed to just make a simple barter agreement with your fellow citizens, and they have increasing amounts of technology to keep a track of you and make sure your every move happens within the system. So it's a, you know, as you might imagine, climbing down these delicate legs is a very difficult and risky proposition.
it's, I mean, one of the things that I went through a stage a while back where I was randomly picking on Google sort of places in obscure places which you don't hear much about. Like say some small town in Azerbaijan, or some village in Mongolia, or rural China, or Siberia, or very like some small town in Argentina, places which just don't you don't hear much about, where people just live. Because in the West, it is in the West, it's the feeling we are on the back of the elephant, and in that case, these other places are down. They are the ones down on the ground there.
Yeah,
and a kind of a Western liberal would probably sneer because those people are kind of stuck, not doing very much. Like they're not where it's at. They're not getting the latest technologies. They're not in the news cycle. They're not wearing the latest fashions. They're not doing all of these things.
yeah.
And
Look how mighty and decorated and resplendent these elephants are up here.
yeah, and that's there's this kind of chauvinism about being on the back of the elephant, and not down on the ground. But I kind of think I'd love to live in those places. I would love to live where, like, not much changes year after year. Where I mean, people could push back on that and say, well, that's not really the case. But I'm pretty certain that the news that they do get will be related to the encroachment of the West in general into their culture, which kind of sets things in motion, which sets in motion maybe a discussion about gay rights, or abortion, or where they're having to kind of have a conversation about these liberal ideas which are kind of worming their way in there. That may be the case, but by and large, especially if you went to some of the Islamic areas where that would just be kind of curtailed straight away because of the religion, like, I can imagine life being quite pleasant. I can imagine it being sane, and it's, to kind of go back to the picture, to be rooted on the firmness of the ground under them. Because that's another aspect to all of this, is this free floating kind of weird situation. The people on the ground there, it looks kind of boring, but also sane and safe.
I think it's fair to characterize empires to some degree as always being tyrannical, and there's a certain framing of history where people say, oh, the British Empire was awful and the Romans were abusive, and etc. I think there is truth to that. It's not entirely the case, but to some degree, if you have power, you will tend to use it to your advantage and against the interests of the people that you're ruling over. And to some degree, I think what people are just uncovering is that whatever you want to call it, the global American empire is just as tyrannical as, it's got this soft face, this mask of gentility. But you peel it back and discover that it is better to live away from the tyrannical boot. But actually, just discovering that doesn't really change the nature of the situation, because we aren't in this position voluntarily. And if it was widely accepted that it wasn't voluntary and people tried to opt out, then the tyranny would just become more blatant. But I don't think the fact that it would be better to be autonomous once you've discovered it doesn't mean that the people who you are a serf under will simply give you your freedom. You're like we are in this society of bondage, but the realization of that fact doesn't give you an escape route. I think we have to just, to some degree, become used to that new piece of information and assimilate it. And better to know than to not. I still think better to live in the truth of reality and make decisions accordingly, and not think that your overlords actually have your individual interests at heart. I mean, disbelieving reality will cause you to waste time and make stupid decisions. But I think we need to be careful of the power of uncovering the ground truth of reality is limited. At some point, you discover the reality is not in your favor, and then you're a bit sunk.
Yeah. The worst thing I think about the liberal, it's the way that how it sounds paradoxical, but it's the way that liberal universalism is ruthlessly totalitarian. If you don't want that and you don't want to share in that vision, which you should be allowed to do under liberalism.
Yeah, theoretically.
you should be able to have that liberty and that freedom to opt out. But it won't allow you that. It won't allow you that at all. It hates that. And there's a funny thing where something happened in Georgia a week or two back where and I was looking at it on Twitter, and it was where they wanted to ban foreign news agencies, and they were going to call them spies or something. They were going to call them subversive elements. So it was clearly, like, say, a pro-Russia faction in the Georgian parliament or whatever had decided to say, well, we don't want all of these NGOs, these Western outlets operating in Georgia, because they're going to start and subvert the mores of the nation. And of course, in the West, that was reported as being like this kind of being against democracy and liberalism, and it was a danger for the journalists. But on Twitter, I went on the news outlets to see who was speaking about this story, and Russia Today, Russia Today was there, but it was all blocked out, and it was just a little kind of note that said Russia was not allowed to operate in the West. It had like 20 countries or something in the European Union, including the United Kingdom, with a little thing, which is that, well, Russia today isn't allowed to operate here, and you can go and look at this policy why that's the case. And I thought, well, but hang on a minute, this is the exact thing that you are complaining about happening in Georgia. Like, you're complaining about Western media outlets not being allowed to operate in Georgia, but you've also banned Russia from operating in the West. Like, how can you possibly claim to have any kind of moral high ground in that? It's just so absurd. And what it comes down to is just, well, we are right because we have the power. It's like liberal universalism when it suits. When it's convenient, they'll do that. And imposing it on its kind of core populations, it's just ruthless, absolutely ruthless. So everybody's trapped within that frame. I hear it. I mean, I was looking. It's a sort of a different thing, but I was in Newcastle yesterday, and there's a certain lineup that I see in the centre of Newcastle's Haymarket, and you see there's if you stand from a certain perspective next to the metro station and you look up, there's a big statue of an angel, which is, I think it's the Boer War and the First World War, a monument to them, the soldiers that died there. But the point is, it's obviously an angel with a sword, and she's looking up, and I've always found it big and very impressive. And then if you look over to the other side, just over the road, there's like a large church, which is great. And then behind that, you've got what we call the civic centre. So that's kind of it looks like three powers, sort of line side, like one after the other. Yeah, that one there. I always thought that's a great, powerful statue. And just across from that one, you've got the church. I don't know what it's called. And then behind the church, you'll see the civic centre, Newcastle Civic Centre. And the civic centre is by far the ugliest of them all. And I just thought what's interesting is that you've got there, you've got, say, the blood with is the angel, and then the church would be the spirit, and then the civic centre would represent government, and it's clearly the yeah, and yeah, and what jumps out at you when you see all three of them is that one is by far the ugliest, and you think of the three, like one of these things, what out of the three, one of them let us down. And I thought about that a lot. Like, where in the end does the blame lie for the decay of the nation? If I looked around at the state of like Newcastle yesterday, where is it? Is it with, say, the blood? The people themselves, as represented, I would say, by that statue and their struggle, or with the church, which is in the middle, or with the it's a funny one, and then just behind it, the Church of that one, and then and I just think or is it just general decay? And I'm actually not sure of the answer. I do know that all of the other buildings, like the metro station, are just hideous, sort of deliberately against any identity. At least the church and the statue represent identity. The government building, funny enough, the government building less so. That's more of an ideology, and it's depressing.
It's funny, I was in London yesterday and I was having similar thoughts looking at some of the architecture. There's these beautiful red brick buildings which feel so distinctively British and are, enormous and magnificent and to me, comforting. There's a feeling of homeliness about that type of architecture that feels like it's home, versus the newer builds which have this internationalist art style. It feels like it's been constructed in outer space by an alien. It doesn't belong to a place and a time. It's just made from materials that are shipped around the world, metal and glass, and it's this very vague kind of minimalist approach to architecture. I mean, it's not my field, but you feel something when you look at a stone building like this with detailing that's very distinctively to a place and a time in history.
The perfect example, just keeping it within Newcastle, would be the Sage. Is it the Sage is in London? It's the Opera House, the Newcastle Opera House, which is on the south of the town. I mean, I forgot what it's called. I hear
the
it
Sage
so much.
Gateshead.
Yeah.
See if I can pull that up. I'm like young Jamie here. There we are.
Look at this. Look at that. And it's so here you have like this sort of it's like the Lizzo of buildings. It's like
that's true. This is the form of it looks like it's inflated, like they built a warehouse and then blew air into it and it just puffed up.
And it is like a purely feminine. It isn't just. It isn't. It has like a feminine, soft, curvy look to it, but bloated, like a fat woman, like a Lizzo, rather than some elegant design.
This isn't feminine in the style of a sports car, is it? It's not like tracing the shapely sort of feminine form. This is sort of blobby.
Like an old Porsche, you could say, had like feminine,
feminine, but in a sort of appealing way, right? It's the side of femininity that is alluring, whereas this is the more kind of So to compare with the previous building we were just looking at, right? This is quite angular, aggressive, pointy. You could imagine this being a weapon, whereas this is so soft and blobby, and it's maybe you could argue inoffensive, but it also kind of gives the impression of weakness.
Yes, it is. It screams out softness and weakness,
Yeah.
and not having a rooted identity which asserts itself. You could probably put that anywhere. It's on the south of the Tyne and Gateshead, but you could have it in San Francisco, you could have it in Paris, you could have it in Hong Kong, and it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. It would be suited to any of these. It belongs to the people from nowhere. That's their thing. Like on me last Substack article, me new one, which I was talking was I'll do a video on that soon, which is how grating I find that the term UK, like the like I call it Britain versus the UK, because obviously people put when I said this originally, people kind of pushed back and they said, yeah, well, what about Northern Ireland? And what they meant was that, well, the UK represents a political sort of construct. It isn't Britain, because Northern Ireland isn't officially Britain. So it's the United Kingdom, and then we know what's ours. Let's say the home nations. But I think that's to miss the point, because when you see the way, that's true. But what I really mean is that words and things, they take on a different meaning. And one of the things you can see on Google's Ngram is, I'm not saying pull this up again, but I don't want to just constantly. What you can see is the use of UK over time just went through the window, went through the roof. It's just went up and up and up. And the England and Britain, which are more connected with identity and have more connotations with them, that's declined. And what this building represents is UK. Like Britain and England, like that building doesn't belong in Britain or England. It's of the UK. And the way they say it, these television presenters and all of that, it is as if like they even forgot about the United Kingdom bit, and the name of our country now is just UK.
Yeah,
like that is the name now, as distinct even from the political construct. It's now just this zone with buildings like that which could go anywhere, and it's like even the name of your country has become just this shorthand, an acronym which itself like has on almost like an anti-identity vibe to it, and this building is a perfect example of that.
I guess you could argue that this, again, my point about the way that civilizations have acted throughout history, when the Roman Empire conquered so much of Europe, they were building Roman architecture that it had no, you could go to bits of France and see amphitheaters that look like they should have been built in Italy. So this is really just an expression that this style of art, this style of architecture, is stamping the authority of the wider international civilization that we live under, which is distinctly not British, and doesn't pretend to be. But then neither has any previous civilization felt the need to do that. You see. Do you remember seeing all those pride flags up in London?
Yeah.
In what was a very imperial show of power, of what I guess is probably more accurate flag to fly if you wanted to understand, true power. But then when on the Queen's death, and perhaps we'll see that at the upcoming Jubilee, there are these little flashes of local identity that do kind of re-emerge. It's almost like talking to somebody who's got one of these degenerating brain diseases, and they occasionally will have a good day, and you kind of remember their old familiar personality flashes.
Yeah, like a bit of clarity comes through the dimension. And that's exactly how I felt. That's exactly with the last year. It wasn't. What was it that came before? Was it the Queen's Jubilee?
Yeah, something
And
like that.
and
Yeah.
and I didn't even know that was on, and I was wondering. I came out and I began to see bunting hanging from pubs, and I was like, "What? This is really nice. This is really just little Union Jacks, little Union Jacks." And I thought, this feels lovely. I really like this. I really like this little sense of this kind of British patriotism, which is there, and it's not the kind of the bulldog nationalist stuff either. It's just this the
No.
Queen's face.
You,
the bit of
you
the
could probably
flag.
go back in history and find a time when there was a strong regional identity, and the idea of an English flag flying in Newcastle would feel the same sense of foreignness. Like, what is this London influence happening up, in Newcastle? So I can see how, from a longer perspective of time, that the British identity doesn't feel so parochial. Suddenly, if we had an interplanetary species, then we would long for the days where we had the globalist art style instead of the interstellar architectural style. You know what I mean? That it's always a matter of degrees. Ultimately, you want to, if you owned a castle, you'd want to have your identity over the castle and not the identity of your local lord. So to some degree, it's always a feeling of oppression and stiflement whenever you see the true power showing itself.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that there would have been a general, when people get nostalgic about the past and things, like I was saying before, I do think it would have been settled. I don't think it would have been as abrasive if you if you had the English flag flying one day and then just next to it there would have been a Union Jack. I don't think there would have been that degree of tension, which there is with, like, say, that rainbow sort of imperial dominance thing that happened last year on Oxford Street, where it's immediately just something completely alien. It doesn't have that, like, overlap between the regional and the national, and it is because especially out in, I mean, you could say maybe in London, you may find as sort of the seat of the empire, you may find in London that the Union Jack overlaps more closely with the rainbow flag, because let's face it, the rainbow flag has become the flag of imperial globalism. Once it goes out into the regions, then it does look like something much more sinister, because you think it's moving far into our places now. It's no longer just in the metropolis. It's just like this creeping death, and it's reached us. It's finally reached us out in the shires.
We've only got a minute left. I wanted to make one other quick point before we close, which was go and watch Academic Agent's video about 1984, which makes the argument that it's not a prediction about the future or a warning about the way civilization could go, but in fact it's a description of the current situation as he wrote it. And maybe it's fitting that our stream on dystopian fiction has actually mostly consisted of discussing dystopian reality.
Yeah, it's kind of true. I mean, you could say that kind of, it would be a whole other thing for another time, but maybe all societies are essentially 1984.
Yeah, there's some little glimmer of truth in every dystopia, and also probably some deliberate obfuscation. Thank you so much, Morgoth, for joining me. I really enjoyed this conversation. Always a pleasure.
No problem. I'll see you later.
Thanks very much.
Quick crossover. I like it.
I was muted.
Yourself.
Apologies.
Yeah.
I was literally just saying how smooth it was that we had just seamlessly come back from a pre-recorded segment, and And I was muted, so it wasn't smooth at all. How are you doing?
Good, man. How are you? Nice to meet you in person. I actually
it's a delight to finally talk to you in real life. Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm getting settled into this week of ongoing live streams. It's a fun experiment. And it's early in the morning for you, is that right?
Yes, yeah. Well, not that early. It's at 8 o'clock, so 8.
That's early for me. I haven't seen 8 o'clock for many weeks.
Night owl, right? Okay. Well, look, it's
That
interesting. All the stuff you and Morgoth were talking about, I just thought native authority. Also, he said, what did he say at the end there? Is that it's just reaching the shires, right? It's okay. What does that mean? It means we still have something somewhere that's protected that we can draw from, right? Hasn't been killed yet. Yeah.
It's funny. There's more crossover between. I tried to schedule things so that there would be some similarity between people after each other, but I didn't expect there to be quite so much crossover between these two topics. So just for people tuning in, the topic that we're wanting to look at right now is kind of the metaphysics of ethnic being, and maybe more specifically the metaphysics of Anglo-Saxon being. Which am I right, is a particular kind of topic of interest for you?
Well, let's just frame it around the question of what is Englishness or what is Anglo-Saxonness, right? Because that's the question we really ask when we think about this. But the trouble is when we ask this question, we don't really know what we're asking. We think about double-decker buses, we think about this sort of thing, right? And even George Orwell, all these people would have these lists of things that are Englishness, right? But what we're looking at when we ask this question is Englishness. You've got English is identifying a people, ness is a quality that we're supposed to have. And so when you list those things like buses and the like, you've got the expression, the external press of what this Englishness thing is, right? It's the press of it in the world, right? So when you're listing those things, you're not getting to the essence of it. So when we look to the metaphysics, we are metaphysics, but it comes from physis, meta. We are that thing, right? So what's the essence of this, though, that sends it first and imbues it into the landscape, right? There's a reciprocal uprising between those two things. It gets brought into the landscape, into the country, right? It becomes a sort of semi-sacred thing, the countryside. So it gives back and forth. But really the essence of it, looking into our being, what's distinct about us. It's a who, isn't it? Okay, Englishness is a who. It's different for the Frenchman than it is for the Englishman. When the Frenchman encounters it, he feels something different, right? When you're a foreigner, you go to another country, you might even notice it more. But it's different experience than it is for when you're in your own country. So that tells you that there's something in your being, and then when you notice it, right? So it's a pattern of behavior. It's a pattern of behavior. And fundamentally, you're looking for something that's distinct and most distinct about it, not just a list of things like we said, like a bus is, and not just something like, oh, the English cook more or boil more food, right? Because you go, well, what use is that, right? But that could be a clue. That could be a clue to something. So what you're looking for is what's the most distinct thing about them, and that's where you look to. Okay, well, what are the things they sort of worship? The heroes, of course, right? So they are the patterns, emetic patterns of behavior that are like ground out riverbeds that have just been bored out over time, that take a long time to decay, right? So that's what you're looking to. You're looking to what that pattern is. Even Scruton had trouble getting to this. He talked about the common law and various things like that, but they are the outward appearance of an inward behavioral pattern that you get from the heroes, and Robin Hood's one of them, right? A great one, which is related to what actually brings about this common law structure is this behavioral tendency, right? So when people talk about values, what we're really talking about is unconscious, what's in the unconscious. Just for all intents and purposes, we're always talking about the unconscious here. A value is not these are our values. These are our, some politicians told you something and said, the values are, we're tolerant. Right? This is a proposition. It's a proposition they've foisted upon you to make you, or it's just a bad propositional rendering of something that's unconscious. What a value really is a attractor in your unconscious. So when someone displays a particular English behavior, let's say, you're attracted towards it. Or when it's some behavior, it's attraction and rejection, good, bad, in your unconscious, right? So say someone like, I know some people don't like Tommy Robinson at the moment, but let's just talk about his initial behaviors when he first came on the scene. There's certain behaviors. There's been a breach of the English moral order, which is in your being, right? It's a breach of what is right, written on your heart. You're a Christian, you understand that. It's written on your heart, but it's not formal. So there's been a breach of that. He is drawn to enact something, this tyranny, right, that has occurred. He's drawn to do that. Anyway, that's all in the unconscious. He's seen a pattern that is a rejection in his being, his unconscious, let's say, right? And he's been pushed towards to enact that. Let's call him a Robin Hood figure, right? That's in all of our unconscious too. It's not just him. It's not just him. So there is a situation. And when I describe these things, everyone here who's listening at the moment that might be on the new right or dissident right or whatever we're calling it now, think about this in comparison, this pattern in comparison to what we are, right? There's been a breach in the sort of traditional moral order of our way of being, which is written on the Englishman's heart, let's say, in his soul. The state, which is has a propositional law is in deep discontinuity with what is written on our being. What happens, what's in our being, you could call it an archetype in our being, is to have a figure that will rise to resist that. And so in us, and then say some figure like Tommy Robinson, he is pushed to resist that un-English pattern of behavior, and then we are impelled to support him, right? So that's what we're talking about, values. But those values are essentially linked to, you could call them archetypes or hyper agents. An agent is something that can feed back from the environment and alter its procedures to achieve its outcome. That's what something agentative. Robin Hood is a hyper agent, as it's something that is above, right? It's between all of us. It's distributed, let's say, right, as an archetype, because, and we know this from the mythos. We know this. Every village was imitating these Robin Hood stories, right, across England. So let's just assume that it's in the unconscious, right? This archetype, let's say. So those are connected to values. A value is essentially an archetype. It's a pieces of an archetype. So this is all going to be very raw, by the way, because I'm mid-writing about this, but you invited me on.
Yeah.
So I thought I might as well talk about what I'm talking about. But the point is, it's in your unconscious. You're being drawn towards it. It's not something someone tells you have an idea about. It's there over generations. And when you see someone enacting those archetypes or values that are these attractors that impel you towards them to help them, or them towards the behavior that's un-English, that's how it works. It's unconscious. Anyway,
I feel like you're tapping into something deeply human in that we are narrative and we're relational, and that is a much richer way that humans exist than propositional. We attempt to phrase things and expound. In many ways, that's what I struggle with language. I've got ideas in my head that are formed in an abstract sense, and then you try and boil them down into language. But the actual essence, what you're describing, is much more to do with people's experiences, the heroes that they were raised with, the stories and narratives, the things that we act out. We are mirroring and reflecting and patterning on things that we feel to be in our shared history, and that's been, I guess, a development in our history that's been fairly natural, and it's happened, as you said, in the unconscious. So what I'm interested in is, I guess my next question then, could that process be made artificial? can you form a nationality by projecting heroes and myths and narratives onto them? You know, how many generations does it take for the spirit of a people to radically change, or is it deep and enduring, and actually that can persist through whatever the leaders try to do to that spirit?
Well, if it's deep and enduring, if you believe Jung and a bunch of other people, then it's an epoch thing, 1,000 years. So you're not getting rid of it in the modern age. What happens is you have all this semblance of a propositional and particular enforced top-downness, which has happened, right? So it survives, though. I mean, Jung even talks about Woden still surviving, and you can see that in whatever you want to talk about, the wars and whatnot. But those things still survive. When you look at the Romans, he would say that that and the Greeks, if you have 2,000 years, then their gods are kind of gone in a way, because you could relate these things to gods, these deep set values. So we know that the liberal blank slate theory is BS. There's been enough experiments to tell us that, right? So we know there's some sort of transmission between intergenerational of this stuff. So just because they can quickly propagandize across, you see this in Russia too, they tried to propagandize, but the Russianness survives. Despite that. But yes, you can have a quick flash in the pan government or whatnot, but yeah, it survives deep down. You might want to identify that with a procedural passing. Some people might say, oh, it's epigenetic or whatever. I take the metaphysics approach and the depth psychology and the absorption of it in the developmental stage. Whatever you take to be its transmission, yeah, it survives. It's depth, right? And I'm not the only person that has talked about this before. I mean, you might look to all the stuff I've riffed on up in the conversation. Dugan is someone who talks about this as a sociological unit. He calls it the Norod, which is like a soul above the ethnos, right? It's a metaphysical soul. There's Evola talks about it as a thing. You can possess this soul, and of course you've got Spengler who talks about it as well. So and there's others. And Jung is of course another thing. He talks about in his Nietzsche's Zarathustra, talks about clan values and things that are deeply embedded, and gods. He essentially talks about gods that used to be external are brought internal. So we're just changing the way we're talking about things. The ancients saw these things, but as we layered on propositions and ideas across on being, we stopped seeing them. We were drawn away from that first. When we asked that first metaphysical question of what is, that's metacognition. Before that, we're just sort of imprinted. I'm going back ancient to Greek times, right? That's the first Western question. What is? Or what is that? Because when you say what, we're talking about being. The is metaphysics, which is you, the bubble. But what is that? What is that? And the what is the being, behind it, right? So basically, that moment is astonishing because you're going, what is? And then, that's a gift from God, right? It's a gift from God. The human is more than an animal. They're being brought in. Think about it. Is that not true? That we're being brought in? I might be taking this conversation away from, but it is metaphysics.
No.
So think about it. When you know things, when you know your knowing being, nothing else has that but man, heaven and earth, right? Not an animal, but anyway.
Yeah. So these metaphysical layers I find really fascinating because I think I've been influenced so heavily by the kind of unspoken metaphysics, the kind of positivist, post-enlightenment kind of, inch deep, weak, terrible metaphysics that sucks the life and magic out of the universe, and is also, sort of smarmy and yet unbelievable, because I think we have some intuitions about metaphysics, and I think people both know how to speak in the dry scientific way that is polite, but don't have a deep belief in the world being that way. I mean, people are pretty mixed up, but I guess I mean, part of my struggle here is that I can't help but immediately want to ask kinds of questions about metaphysics, like how can you test a metaphysical claim, which is fundamentally like an incoherent question to ask. So I guess the I guess the question maybe then is what are the richest sources for beginning to dig into metaphysics? You mentioned the ancient Greeks, so like I know that you've got Plato making claims about there being a realm of forms, and then you've got Aristotle has a different take, and then to some degree I think the New Testament writers are swimming in those waters and responding to the ancient Greeks, and from the perspective of us who still have that Anglo influence that bear some of the same ideas and thoughts as our ancestors, we have also some pagan influence, that there's a different metaphysics, the kind of pre-Christian, or I guess pre-Roman era, right? So history is replete with strange and alien ideas to modern ears. Where do you even get started?
Yeah, well, those valuations are still there. A lot of those pagan valuations, they're just put in their place in the hierarchy, right? You can see them. You might even say that Thor is Arthur in that mythos, and Merlin is Woden, right? Their patterns of action are that, and they're sort of integrated into this thing. And we take possession of this Arthurian mythos. It doesn't barely resembles what the English did with it. When you look to the Welsh stuff, it's sort of taken and brought in and placed under Christ, right? Sorry, pagans, it's integrated under that. I'm not going to be rude to them. I've got some people on my channel that are pagans. That's fine. Rather than be that, the materialists, because the case for materialism is completely no stronger than it is for idealism. When you look, Bernardo Kastrup has a completely rigorous case, and physicalists like John Vervaeke acknowledge this when they go and talk to him. So this idea that it's material, it's good to look for empirical stuff to back up what you're talking about. So your instinct, you sort of are alluding to earlier that, this English idea of being empiricist and looking for, that's fine. But when you take this approach of skeptardness, this sort of, I'm superior because I skepticize everything, right? Okay,
right.
But this is a value. You have a certain valuation for this. Step back, ironic distancing, really, Brechtian distancing, as you could call it. That's what you are. That's not necessarily us. We're not like that. Empirical just means, really, I mean, people say, the English are the empirical people. Okay. There were philosophers that were that, but it's more earthy. I'd say deeply traditional, actually. The instinct is deeply traditional. And you see this in Robin Hood. He's a radical traditionalist. The moral order is breached, and he returns it. His whole thing is about returning it to the breach, that the sort of, you could call it the system of techne, which is the state, which is kind of like Platonism. And Platonism, in a way, Plato's ideas become sort of petrified, right? This idea of you've collected these truths that are now, we have this truth as a proposition. They're disconnected from the original being, and thinking those things are eternal truths. And yet something happens when you do that, is when you slowly, it disvalues everything over time, right? It's energy, it's vitality. So that's what happens in this Robin Hood legend, in a way, is that the law, which is a proposition, the law, right, has become stagnant and static, with the sheriff and he's the embodiment of that, of the techne, of the technology, to enforce the will of this petrified thing that is now on English, because it's disconnected from the English, what's written on the Englishman's heart, like we said. And so it's kind of a solution to that petrification of Platonism It's what's written on the heart underneath the propositional of the Englishman, which is not formal and you can never fully capture, and it's deeply traditional, let's say, and not revolutionary. So he attacks this state, he undermines it, he ridicules it, devalues it, and he's supported by the people because they have that pattern within, and they notice that that's the English behavior, the appropriate English behavior, right? To reform it so it's no longer dead and unmeaningful, so it's no longer connected to, so it is connected to what is true, the truth, right? Because it's become disconnected from being. So they're radically traditional. They are connected more to being. It's that folk uprising. It's written on everyone's heart. So in a sense, you were sort of asking about how do we connect to this metaphysics? It's through this mythos, looking to this mythos, to seeing what this mythos captures, because you wonder why. Well, isn't it just a myth? But okay, if you're trying to connect with these deep ways of being, you're trying to connect with something that's outside of modernism, to look for the gold. You're looking for the gold to find the gold within. Basically, what you're looking for, what Robin has. He has the gold within that we're seeking, right? As a character. The mythos, you got to realize the mythos is an expression of a tendency over time. It captures something that transcends the individual, and it's more valuable than historical evidence, because historical evidence is sort of captured by one writer, right, on a particular time. Robin Hood is a capture across a big span of time. We know it was enacted in every village in England on May Day, imitating the procedures of Robin Hood. So we know that's the use of mythos. It's a long capture over many people, retold in pubs, the ballads, right? If you go to the original ballad, it's this long capture of English being. So it's more reliable as a generalized truth. You could call it a transcendent truth of who we are. So that's the use of it. Because you have to ask, what's the utility of all this stuff? Doing it, asking who you are, asking what Englishness is. What you're really trying to do is clear the semblance. You're trying to remove the semblance. What does that do when you align your propositional mind with what being truly is it's empowering, it's vital. When you connect it, it's like a rush of the truth. It's a rush of the truth of who we are. So that's one use. It's going to give you energy for whatever you're doing to properly align elements of your being. The other thing is to clear propaganda. The other thing is to cast a vision. Because if you don't know what your situation is and who you are, you can't cast a vision. You're in delusion. If you really understand what the Englishman is, deep down, even yourself, where do I come from? What is this? What are the deep layers of my being? You know what you're working with, don't you? You know the situation, you know the resources you have, you know what you are, and you can cast a vision. If you don't, you're stuck with, oh, we're tolerant, right? The government tells us we're tolerant. We're welcoming. We're not tolerant. We're welcoming until you breach the moral order, until you breach the Englishman's moral order. Then we enforce it. You act English, right? This idea of tolerance is a state deception of a true value underneath, which is welcoming. You're welcoming if you become, what we are, or if you are of what we are. It's quite natural to enforce a foreigner who comes to a country into a proper way of being, right? Think about it. You get these lists of values that are sent from the government. They're all either a mischaracterization, perhaps sometimes by accident, whatever, but usually a mischaracterization of something that is deep down. Sometimes they're connected, but usually it's pacifying. Anyway, yeah.
So, yeah. What I'm curious is, so you describe it as Anglo-Saxon being. Since the Anglo-Saxons, I guess the Angles and the Saxons settled and produced a composite people, we have had, I guess, a bunch of Viking invasions, so maybe some Scandinavian influence, and then very significantly the Norman conquest. So is there in the spirit of the Englishman also import from the continent? Are you distinguishing the part of an Englishman that is Anglo-Saxon? Presumably at a metaphysical level, if you had a Norman overlord breeding with an Anglo-Saxon peasant, that child would then have metaphysically both the Anglo-Saxon spirit and the Gallic spirit. So how does an Englishman think about his relation to the Anglo-Saxon people?
Well, I think you go to emergence here, right? When you look to emergence, what emergence is that things are not the sum of their parts. Of course, Anglo-Saxon is the best word for it, but the Anglo-Saxon is something that's unique. Think about it. It's a compound of two things that ended up in England, right? So the Anglo-Saxon is nothing more than English, but still, it's an emergent people. One thing, as we look to Heidegger, is that being is brought in. So the very land is brought in. The way it is, it's an island. It's brought into being. We are metaphysics, right? We're not just biology, we're metaphysics as well.
Yes,
So yes, there's a genetic component. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying we are. So the land brings something in too. You have to think about metaphysics is metaphysis, which is the meta above physis. If you look back to Greek original being, it's the bringing in of being. So constantly you're bringing being. But anyway, that digs out a deep thousand-year way of being of place. But if we look to emergence, the best way to think about this, because it's a dynamic system, not the sum of its parts. You have these things that come together over an epoch. You could call it a new people, right? They're not just the Germans where they came from. They're the combination of Germans, whatever, and the sum and the parts together when they arrive. But a dynamic system, if you think about a generator, when you get 3 generators, you put them together on belts, and they all are on together on belts, right? What happens when you do that and you link these different generators together on the belts is they start to regulate each other's speed. They form a higher order regulating bubble, you could say. So they call that a bifurcation, which is in complexity science, goes up a level. But the borders that once the emergent thing happens, they're held what that is, right? So you can take the same case with the Anglo-Saxon. It's a people. Because you have to get to a point where you say, oh, how far can you take it back? Oh, they're just German. Oh, but they're just Indo-European. Oh, but they're just, you see? But that's where, and so emergence helps us understand this, is that a bang, no, land. And I usually use an epoch. I say, okay, a people is a 1,000-year thing, bang. And certainly, I mean, there's no better case than England, than having a new people with an island, and you can see it constantly. And it's different. And you see, the common law is a great example of this. That's not, the common law is a radically traditional example, though. It's saying when the system and the state goes outside of what the being of this people are, it's reinforced by the people and says, no, back to tradition, return to tradition, back to tradition, right? You don't see that common law anywhere else. That's really unique to us. And remember, that's just a evidence of this thing underneath, which you could call native authority. But again, this is not liberal. It's not, you could call it sort of connected to Don't Tread on Me, but that's sort of mischaracterized as the individual thing. No, it's not just that. It's the people as a whole. It's the son of the kin. Kinning as a word, right? King. That means son of the kin. Kinning. That's where it comes from. Anglo-Saxon, right?
Wow.
What's that mean? What does that mean? It means the king is the emergent son of the kin, a hyper-agent between them all, the son of, right? And the king, as a human, he is supposed to represent, embody, and enact this English being that's between all of us, right? As we see what the common law is connected to. Again, it's not the common law itself, it's this tendency of it's written on our hearts, the imperiums within, right? And Vola talks about that with the Frankish kings, but only the lords have it with them. For us, the yeoman has it too, over time, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. As you raised king, I had a question that I had to slip in on this subject. So you often talk about the over king, and I have to wonder, do you see this concept chiming with biblical ideas of like Jesus being the king above all kings, or are these just concepts operating in different spaces? Is there a connection?
Yeah, well, yeah, of course, right? You just think about it like an angel. So it's still under Christ. I mean, the pagans, you could take it for Thor if you like, whatever, under whatever Woden, fine, but it's under Christ. right? I mean, I know in Orthodoxy there is this idea that the king is the icon of God. I would say the king is the icon of the overking, and the overking is the icon of God. I just think that's, I mean, I'm just thinking, I don't want to be a heretic or anything. This is what I observe. This is what I
Yeah,
observe. Sure. English angel, he is supposed to imitate the overking, which is particular to overking. I use overking because they're Anglo-Saxon words. Hyper agent is hyper agent. It's Roman, right? Hyper. But it means above. But it helps. It really people go, what does that mean? Because they're not Anglo-Saxon words. It's easier to use the overking. But then you go, when you hear overking, you think some fantasy drama or something like that. But it's simple. But I chose overking because it's over, above, the between, intersubjective, and kinning, intersubjective son of the kin. That's what the overking is. Angel, you could use angelology, whatever. I know angel, right? People watching this, tourists watch this, go, what's he talking about? What's he talking about, angels? But, I mean, people are talking about this hyper agent, like we mentioned earlier, right? It's good look to sociology, the ethnological unit of the Narud, which Dugan talks about, right? This is above just the ethnos in terms of gene. It's the soul, right? And it's connected and across. And it's based on a pantheon of our greatest heroes, really, our most distinct features. But then you might say, well, hang on the continent, they also have that value. But it's not just that, it's the intensity of it. So it's the order of it and how strong it is, because it can be hard. So when someone looks to an English, when I describe an English thing, or English things, and they go, well, that's on the that one might be on the continent. Well, is it as intense? Because it's about the attractor of that value. And so when you list something as values as well, you are propositionalizing it too. So you never capture the full value, but it does help to do it. And it's work we need to do to get rid of the regime stuff so we can get back our proper, authentic energy, which is underneath and goes across Kanzik. It's not just the Englishman is in Australia. He's in these things as an ethnic people are there. So everyone needs that. Everyone needs that. And looking to the mythos is the most useful source to get to that. Yeah.
I wonder if one of the challenges is people thinking that you can do everything in language, because if you were to ask somebody to describe in words their mother's face and what makes their mum look distinctive, they'd have a really difficult time saying well, I guess they might get eye color, they might get some superficial things, but they have this really intuitive and very strong and clear sense that when they see they can conjure it to mind, but they just can't describe it. And it feels it's a similar thing that you could say Anglo-Saxon means earthy and grounded and welcoming, and these are all truths. But then there is also this just sense of if you think of somebody from Japan, they have a Japanese essence that you kind of can't quite explain. And if you think of your fellow Englishmen, then it's a rich and complex spirit, but not one that you can articulate necessarily.
100%, and that's why you have to use the things, mythos, the symbols, to do it, because these are call it a psychotechnology if you want to get hat-tipped academic about it, right? You want to get fedora-wearing academic about it. Symbol is used to mediate something that's transcendent, right? It is transcendent in the sense that, and these values are, because we are under their throw, we can't get to them. And this is when I talk about all this stuff, it's based in material value ethics. This is Scheller. McGilchrist talks about Scheller, right? Material value ethics. And they talk phenomenologically, they're observing these values that they're right there. You can get a sense of them and their attunement, right? But you're under their throw. You're a subject to them in the set, right? That's subjective. So it's hard to access. So they're kind of transcendent. So how do you access them? Story. Story is one way of doing it. Symbolism, perspective, ritual, practice, where you can get into the perspective to see what Englishness is, right? So it's more than one thing, and you get a sense of it. You need all these things together. And so the propositional rendering of these things is very limited, but it's at least a way of clearing the regime's BS and getting us closer to that and aligning it. Because that work must always go on. That endless asking of the question of being. What's the essence of this? Where does it come from? What is it? Who we are? that must go on, right? Because the proposition will always become pacified. But yeah, 100% agree with you. You have to have these other things that get you into the perspective to know it. To know it is not just hear a description. You have to go do a particular practice. You can observe the behaviors, and when you observe the behaviors, you see it. Because luckily, it's in you as an Englishman or as an Anglo-Saxon in Australia, Canada, New Zealand, even the United States. For the Anglos in the United States, you'll get a sense. It'll feel right. Even Anton Scalia said, who has an Italian ancestry, he went to England. He felt at home for some reason. Something's here that
interesting.
Right?
Yeah. I wanted to throw in from a Christian perspective that I don't think we can go along with this, as you were saying, regime view that it's the thing that makes us British is simply shared by anybody from around the world. As you know, as soon as they land on these shores, that there's no kind of inherent characteristics. Two examples I would give from Scripture. You've got the Jewish people being described over and over as a stiff-necked people, and I think that is intended as this group in difference to other people groups. And then similarly, you've got it in Titus, this description of. So it says, "One of Crete's own prophets has said, Cretans are always liars, evil brutes, lazy gluttons." That's the quote. And then Paul, commenting on it, says, "This saying is true, therefore rebuke them sharply." So he's kind of. I mean, these are both negative attributions in this case. I'm sure if I thought harder, I could find some positive ones as well. But this is to say, the idea of characterizing a group of people by some values and behaviors that they exhibit en masse is just. I mean, it's just assumed throughout most of human history and all cultures. People have just known it until recently. But you know, I wanted to give examples biblically, right? This is just a part of human nature that it's requiring education for people to stop believing in.
Well, I mean, why? Why does that happen? You have to ask. It's not just the dislike of the other. It's that you have a certain structure of evaluation in you that feels different. Something going on here with this pattern of behavior. It's different. Like I said earlier with the Frenchman example. They see, and you notice this when you go overseas. You say, "Oh yeah," and the foreign is quite useful to identify differences. I use that all the time in my work. I've read plenty of texts that the German talking about the Englishman. You have to be careful to get rid of the tropes. You have to get underneath the tropes, like all the English hat wearing, tea drinking, right? But no,
You
see, this is the
you want to get beyond the one-dimensional analysis.
And that's why I try use the mythos is just so useful, because no one author wrote it, no one person, and their intention wasn't to map our way of being. It was for other reasons. So you look to it and you go, great, because they're not going to put a bunch of tropes in. They're just going to be the way they are. It's like looking at someone when they don't know they're being watched, when it's a different reason. So I think that's written on the hearts of the different people. So that people, yes, it's because their procedural patterns are different. That's why. And so they are fundamentally, they are different. Yeah.
Can we talk about the land? So specifically the British Isles, what are the distinctive features and how have they influenced the being?
Well, clearly being an island, right? So you could say that influences a native authority, this idea that you are an alter imperium, right? As Enoch Powell talks about. This is an English thing. And so, look, when we talk about British, usually what they do, and such a perversion when they do this with British, is they take English features and they put a civic label on it, right? And so then everyone thinks they're that when they come to the country. It's just wrong, right?
I see. So do you think, because you can sense a difference in the Welsh and the Scottish as well, but you could probably break that down fractally and say the people who live 1 mile inland have a sort of difference to the people who their village is right on the coast. So what's the most useful scale of analysis in a sense? Like, do you find the political boundaries result in a kind of cohesive national identity?
No, only to a certain degree. Only to a certain degree.
Yeah.
Because you've got some lowland Scots that they've always spoken English, right?
Okay.
Borderlanders, they've always spoken English.
Yeah.
They wear the Borderlands tartan of the Northumberland. This is Walter Scott, and that's Cheviot sheep for one. It's an English sheep. It's raised by monks on the borderland for hundreds of years before it was brought across the border, and that's tweed. The tweed is what is eventually made out of Cheviot sheep, right? But these shepherds wore this shepherd's maud or shepherd's tartan, you could call it, and that predates dyes. So the English also wore it in North England. So yeah, there is an element where you just cross the border. You cross the border in the borderlands. They all have the same culture. So I just call them all English because they all spoke English, and the Lowland Scots weren't like that. But
so the Lowland Scottish share similarities with
in many ways,
the rest of the Lowlands versus the Highlands, which produces a different character.
Well, yeah, I think a good way. It's really hard. You're constantly crossing into different hermeneutics when you're jumping across these things. It's hard work trying to work out what's distinct, what here holds as a solid hermeneutic. Celtic's pretty helpful. The Highlanders are Celtic. They always spoke Gaelic. Language is a big thing, but not always. Okay. Northern Irish, you go, well, what's that? Is that Irish? Well, hang on, they were Calvinists in Scotland, Lowland Scots who were sent there, plus Anglo-Saxons who went to Northern Ireland. So those people really have that English thing, right? And at least metaphysically, you can use genetics if you want. That's fine. But how much do you get from that? I don't know. I don't know. That's not my area of expertise. Epigenetics to some degree, I imagine. But yeah, I use Celtic. The Highlander, I would say, okay, if you closer you get to that, the closer you get to Ireland and perhaps deep Wales, they had their language for quite a while, right? There's the differences. They're hard to identify, but usually, if you want to identify, you go to the original Celtic gods. That's what helps, right? When you go to the mythos and the heroes, you go, okay, what was their highest god? It's hard with Celts, but there was a legend that with the Celts that, not a legend, a story, the Greeks went to visit them, or the Romans went to visit them. They saw there was Hercules that was dressed up. And Hercules had his tongue, connected to his tongue on all these gold chains were all this group of people on this drawing. He was old, though. Hercules was old with his club. They're all connected to a long tongue of Hercules. And the Roman or the Greek goes up to the Celt and says, "What are you doing? You're making fun of Hercules here." He says, No. This is our god, because Hercules is the chief hero, right? Chief hero. This is we take him in this way, but our guy, his power is his power of speech and storytelling, right? You kind of see this in the Celtic, the gift of the gab that the Irish have, don't they? We have it too. We have it too, but they have this gift of the gab. That's probably because it was their highest value. So it's valuated higher than it is for us. We have it too, but it's valuated highest for them, that gift of the gab, that storytelling, that joke making. I think you see that in Scotland as well. I don't know, do you recognize that as a trait you've seen yourself?
Yes. I think it's spot on. It's one of those things where you can refer to something, and even though you've never heard somebody pointed out before, you've at some level deeply observed it. I mean, that's a lot how comedy works, isn't it? It's the familiarity of somebody's put a word to something that you hadn't previously thought of, but at some deep level you had thought of it, which I guess is the unconscious. That's my work. That is the essence of what I do. It's to link those things together, and you go, oh right? Links together. And then people, I mean, the criticism people might have about when you bring up a mythos story is that, oh, it's a symbol, you can apply that to anywhere else. Okay, well, apply Robin Hood to the French Revolution, right? As a rebellion. Apply that to America. Does that fit? No, it doesn't. Because that's a revolution. It's different. It might be a tendency on the American side, a tendency that pushes, but overall, it does not apply to those things because they're not radically traditional. Anyway, that's just an example of someone might criticize this. That, oh, it's just, you could just apply that somewhere else, and you'll go, no. Give it a try. Behavior. Give it a try with certain other things. That's, of course, what I do. I'm not going to just pick something and have this confirmation bias. I'm not, that would be ridiculous. But,
there's only so much time you could do these things before you run out of energy. But yeah, I try the best I can to test it and make sure it's not a false construct. And that's where you can use the tools of psychology, social science, where they try to falsify the construct, right? You test it you test how similar your values are to the other values you've constructed in your construct. You go, does that match that? And you test your model with other models. And that's how you get an idea of whether it's true. You take evidence from different fields or whatnot to try to confirm it. There's only so much of that I can do because I'm only one guy with occasional assistance from other people. But yeah, it's that's the thing that gives you vitality. That yes, and the more of that you get that you just had, right? That this aligns. The more vital force that is underneath, because it's the truth. It's been lied to for so long about all this stuff. So, and the geo borders don't make up a people. The ethnos does, right? And even or the Narud, at least, as a soul. So this idiocy that we've been, this wholesome Chungus gladio nationalism is what Geo calls it. And he's right. The wholesome Chungus gladio nationalism is given to the Welsh and the Scots and this and all these people. Fake nationalism with fake values that doesn't reflect what their being are. And same with us. But at least with us, it's too powerful with the English to do. To actually push a fake, even gladio nationalism with the English. There's too many of them. So if you do that, you put yourself at risk. That's why there is no English nationalism. That's why they keep it under wraps, because it's the majority of the population. It's too dangerous to the regime to do that. So it applies across borders. Sorry, go on. I'm just ranting.
I was just going to agree, because that does feel like English nationalism is stamped on hard versus the other types of nationalism, and that must, to some degree, reflect that it is a danger, whereas the others are not, and that chimes very well with the concept that the others are constructed and don't, they don't have the potency and strength of a reflection of a true group that's given a title has the power of the group, whereas a title that doesn't attach to anything doesn't. It's a pointer to nothing.
That's confusion, isn't it?
Yeah, the fact that you've got a pointer doesn't inherently give it potency, but you can detect there's something about English nationalism that is that would be a rebellion. I mean, it's interesting that Anglo-Saxon still has that sort of explanatory power, because you get the sense that there is still this sort of even though there was the Norman conquest and a great deal of integration between the two cultures, but you can kind of sense some level of almost like the hard working class British values that are reflected by Anglo-Saxonism to this day, right?
Yes.
The division is still not completely sealed up between the international element of the UK that is happy to move around the world and take in different cultures is linked to the fancy French parts of our language. Maybe.
Yes, I've noticed this about the language, is that there is this feel. Different parts of English language have a certain attunement. French has a sort of, it's like sorry, you got someone else up there, but hang on, I'll just. French has a sort of. Oh, you're doing a crossover. I see.
Have a bit of crossover. Yeah. We'll see if this works.
French as a part of the English language. I'm sure Dave will know about this, actually. So French has a sort of sophisticated feel to it as an attunement. And so if you ever want to feel, it's a bit feminine to us, not to them. To them, they've got their own feel to their from within. But to us, when we use French words, it has that sophisticatedness. And so you could say that there is that element of the draw of the people in the Westminster bubble to be pushed to do that. But I think deep down with English, what kind of culture or what kind of language survives an invasion? What kind of powerful being survives a French invasion where they're forced to eventually use English eventually as well? That's pretty impressive, because most of the time when you have a new invasion, they force their own language on everyone. Somehow English survives for whatever decisions were made. But yeah, the language has different attunements. The academics are constantly using these Latin words to describe scientific phenomena, and they really actually confuse people. The Germans have this advantage, is that their language is very pure. Their language is very pure in terms of grounded in no foreign words, but that could be an advantage to English as well. But yes, I think it's a very powerful thing. I think even for the aristocrats, I think stiff upper lip actually represents the proper Anglo-Saxon thing that's underneath, which is bleak heroic necessity. But what stiff upper lip does is it, especially for the middle class, is it restricts them and stops their gregariousness, which is naturally Anglo-Saxon. They have a gregariousness. Even Chesterton talks about this. Great gregariousness, right? And so it's true, stiff upper lip, of our actual behavior in apocalyptic situations. It comes from the old cosmology. It's still evaluated, right? So it's true, but so when you talk about the upper class, not necessarily, because you've got this deep traditional upper class, right? The traditional Britain group represents this, and they're connected to it. But I think that concept, it gets pasted on top, can confuse people. Yeah.
Before you go, Scott, I thought I'd ask Dave about his reflections on Anglo-Saxonism, and then hear your reflections on that.
So I don't understand the concept. What Anglo-Saxonism is? What exactly? Like, what context is this in?
Well, in some sense, that's my question. Do the words Anglo-Saxon mean anything deeply for you? Do you feel any ancestral connection back to a group of people who predate the Norman conquest, or is the geographic distance and so on through time, does that just mean it's like any other historical thing you might read about? Does it feel personal?
I'm not Anglo-Saxon.
You don't have any Anglo-Saxon?
I guess I do. I guess I have fractional. I mean, at my mother's side, there's some DNA from the British Isles at about, so I'm about 25% British Isles, I guess, but I'm mostly German. I guess Anglo-Saxons are Germanic people, but we're mostly from Ulm and southern Germany, not northern. So I don't really know about personal connection so much with Anglo-Saxons. I mean, obviously, I very much admire the Anglo-Saxon people, the English people. They're sort of one of the great formative culture elements. But
what would you detect as what does the term Anglo-Saxon conjure to mind distinctively for you?
I mean, it's a certain kind of Northern European mentality and culture that exports sort of a more Germanic way of viewing the world onto an island that had a distinctly Celtic culture before that. And it's hard because, I mean, it's like trying to describe the word red, right? Using constituent colors. Anglo-Saxon is in our cultural imagination a primary color. And so describing it, deconstructing, I mean, you can break it down into sort of a broadly Germanic strain, a broadly Northern European strain, and then I mean, it kind of gets the Celtic dimension basically by relief, right? By contrast.
Yeah, I think that we've talked about this earlier. I suppose what we're talking about is like an ethnic group, but also the Narud, as I guess Dugan would talk about, is the soul above it. But it's almost the clues in its compound, right? Is there were Anglos and Saxons when they come together, an emergent feature, right? It's a dynamic system that has a new thing. That's what we've basically been talking about anyway, is when you bring peoples, they're not the sum of their parts, right? They come to a place, they are the island itself that have emergent features that establish a border, a new bubble, and a higher order in that new dynamic system, which you get when you get generators, when you put generators together. You know what this is anyway, Dave, I'm sure. A dynamic system, yeah. So.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I do dynamic programming, but I mean, I guess the analogy to the ethnicity might be a little harder to parse out. I mean, I guess you can model anything through dynamic systems, certainly.
Yeah. It's a black box. Emergence can be a black box that can be used to fit anything, really. So I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know if this is going to transition to mine, but when we talk about cultures, we're talking about like these deeply organic systems, and right now we are sort of in a period where the previous cultural categories just aren't making sense anymore. And I mean, do you agree with that? I mean, these, at least in America, these ethnic divisions are just getting rattled. It's almost like Protestant and Catholic don't even make a lot of sense anymore. And so we're kind of left with finding ourselves, our identities in these spaces where most of the tools we have from the past aren't really mapping on very well to the situation we are currently in.
Yeah, I mean, especially when they're revolutionary and heavily propositional, like the American Revolution. But I mean, that's what I try to do, is get to the ground of the essence of what it was and what it is. Is there an authentic being underneath that what America is, that it can call to? Is that grounded somewhere deep down in Anglo-Saxon?
Well, there's the ideology of America. I mean,
that's right. That's on top.
America was originally a WASP Anglo-Saxon country with a few exceptions, and then one or two subject populations like Native Americans and African Americans. But then I mean, it really didn't become a proposition nation properly until like the late 19th century with the huge immigration waves from Ellis Islands.
Right.
And at that point, I mean, it's hard to know what you're really talking about, right? Because then we got rid of the proposition. And so now it's a bunch of tribes, and most of white America is completely deracinated. And the millennial generation is even more deracinated than their parents are. And the people who get through this bottleneck are going to have to find some basis. But I don't know. I mean, you go to an average American, I mean, you're going to ask them if they're Anglo-Saxon. I mean, that's going to be a stretch, right?
Oh, it's always, especially propagandistically, in the sense of they've got a certain idea of what that word means. How useful is it? Is it the truth? And how useful is it are two different questions. But I don't want to take up too much of your time as Luke crosses over. But Dave and I are talking soon anyway, so I'm still going to go into this. I guess I've emailed you about that.
Oh yeah. I'm really backlogged on my emails.
So I know you've already replied. You've said yeah. It's fine. You've just forgotten. But anyway, I'm going to watch this and I'll enjoy it. Yeah, have a good.
Yeah, and thank you so much, Scott, for joining. And I look forward to reading what you're currently writing down that we've heard a taste of over the last hour. It's really exciting.
Thanks, Luke. Thanks for inviting me as well.
No worries.
God bless.
Yeah, and Dave, thank you so much for joining me. I know you're having a super busy week, so
no,
really
it's fine. It's a little earlier than I usually go on, which is why I don't have a camera set up. But I'm happy to make it to. Well, what are you calling it this year? It's not Lambster, is it?
It's the same thing as Lambster. I got cold feet about the name because I felt it was too frivolous. But now that people have attached the name Lambster to this, then they're having trouble understanding, since I'm not calling it Lambster, then I think people don't know what it is.
Well, I don't think we're going to come up with a portmanteau as catchy as millennial, so I wouldn't fret about it too much,
I'm just calling it Lambda Conversations. I'm going with the very blunt. That's probably an Anglo-Saxon approach in itself, isn't it? just name it in the most obvious way. Or that's actually what the Australians do. I remember I used to live in Australia briefly, and the nearest hill was called Mount Lofty, which is quite. I think it's quite enjoyable that they don't feel any pretension at all. So the topic that I thought we could talk about, and in a way, this is almost. An idea I've had, and I don't want to foist it upon you, so feel free to completely disregard or not.
No problem.
I sense there are two extreme mistakes that can be made and characterized on the one hand as an over attachment to nostalgia. That maybe that is a lot of people in our spheres. We describe it as traditionalism, and there's certainly aspects of that are very good. But on the negative side, we could say that people fall into the rose-tinted spectacles. And the challenge to that as Christians is that, of course, there's a warning in Ecclesiastes not to say, not to talk endlessly about how good the old days were. It says you don't talk sense when you say this, and I find myself suffering with a great instinct to be nostalgic in that way. And then what I'm proposing is the reverse mistake, maybe that we would see on the left, is more of a hedonistic pleasure-seeking attraction, and that more characterizes the flaws on the other side, and that's what we're happy to criticize, because maybe we do better on that axis to some degree.
Yeah, I mean the left is kind of its own. I don't even know where to start with the mental problems that the left is having right now. It's kind of out of this world. In a sense, they're both, the mental problems of both the left and the right are created by a radical disconnection from the real world through digital media. I mean, obviously, this is only the sort of tip of modernity itself. This is only the latest iteration of this problem with modernity. And the left has the problem that it's embraced a lot of the mistakes that have come in modernity's previous iterations, not simply as conveniences like the right has, but as actual principles. And so it has a very hard time seeing where these problems are coming up, even though they're right in front of its face. The right probably has this problem where it's in love with a world that no longer exists. And this is, I mean, you see this everywhere. You see this everywhere. This is the problem with the radical centrists that are still complaining about the SJWs. They're in a nostalgic moment for the 1990s, and I mean, even now, I mean, it's gotten even more meta than that, because the people out there that are like, like Shortback Otaku or any of these, or Critical Drinker, or these people, they're doing sort of like this nostalgic moment for the previous version of bitching about a nostalgic moment. So it's almost like it's like 2015 nostalgia for 1990s nostalgia, because no one even really there's no even expectation that things are going to be good anymore. It's just sort of a long line of disappointments. And this is and you see this too in sort of the boomer cons too. There's a generational problem, and the generational problem is I can't get anybody who's significantly older than me to really take on board the idea that the old world that they grew up in is basically dead and it's not coming back. And we need everybody to start working on building something that is radically disconnected from that old world and does not even try to trace the same problems as before.
I guess it's a fairly sensible instinct to say, if you detect you're going in the wrong direction, you should 180 and retrace your steps. But the trouble is, if you apply that to our culture's going in the wrong direction, let's just try to do everything that in every way reflects the past instead of moving forwards. So you're saying you're saying I wish we could have culture from 10 years ago. I wish we could have morality from 10 years ago, which is such a weak, insipid, and also unachievable vision. And it's kind of the opposite of the is it a Aikido idea of throwing the momentum in a helpful direction. Some of the things that have changed must have gone in a helpful, we probably agree that the overall direction is unhelpful, but surely we should try to identify whatever positive trends that do exist and push harder on those.
There's this expression used in a lot of distant spaces online where they say that the woke are more correct than the mainstream. Obviously, I think that more morality is eternal, and I mean, if you're going to, again, if you want to go back, absolutely go back, but you actually have to do the thing, right? You actually have to go back. You actually have to follow the morality. And the reason why nobody goes back to the 1990s in any sense of the word, 1990s morality, is you really can't. 1990s morality is essentially the same hedonistic world that we live in right now. It just relies on a certain amount of cultural infrastructure that has been previously destroyed. If you want to have a relationship that is sort of non-transient and not superficial, like the relationships that come out of Tinder or these high-speed dating apps, you have to make a conscious effort to do that. And in the 90s, you didn't. In the 90s, you just kind of drifted into, I mean, I would never dated kind of. I never really dated in the 90s because I came of age in the early 2000s. So this is all hypothetical to me, but in the early 2000s were the same deal. You drifted in, you drifted out. The backdrop of the culture would sort of right you. It would direct you in the right location. You can't do that anymore. And so if you drift in 2023, you're going to drift towards the most degenerate ends of the internet, guaranteed every single time. So this is sort of the reality we live in. And so, I mean, like, can you go back? Yeah, you can, but you actually have to go in a direction. You can't just keep on doing the same thing. Doing the same thing. Okay, like going back to the 90s. Well, what were you doing in the 90s? Well, we were digging the hole, right? So you can climb out of the hole. And if by going back to the 90s, you mean partially climbing out of the hole, maybe. But, when you were at that level of the hole, previously in time, you were digging down. So, we have to kind of disentangle doing what we were doing in the 90s, which is, I think, what people are really nostalgic for, unfortunately. Is what people miss when they miss the 90s, is they miss this time period where, what is it, Academic Agent calls Fresh Prince? Things are kind of taking care of themselves. And the only thing you had to concern yourself with was like getting, a good enough job and, not screwing up too radically in any one direction, and things would kind of take care of itself. And that's just not the reality anymore. You'd have to try really, really, really hard to live the life that your parents lived when they raised you in the 1990s. If you're my age, you have to try really hard to get the life that was sort of the default 1990s life.
It's like if somebody fell asleep while they were driving their car and then crashed off the road, and as they're going through the speed barriers and get off the cliff, they've been jerked awake and they're thinking, well, why can't I go back 20 seconds? Life was so much better before I, crashed through that speed barrier. But what was actually happening 20 seconds before was you were asleep at the wheel.
Exactly.
That solution doesn't work as you're tumbling to your certain doom.
Yeah, we're not going to go back asleep, and that's what that's sort of what nostalgia is being used for the most part. It's being used as a way of going. It's not being used as sort of a positive direction to go in. It's being used as sort of like this wallpaper that you put. I mean, synthwave was kind of like that, right? The whole aesthetic of 2017 or whatever. It was this sort of wallpaper Greek statue, women wandering through cornfields type deal. They're obviously like these Italian models who probably have totally degenerate lifestyles, but like they're on a dirndl, so they're trad, right? The woman you're seeing is like, and right now they're probably all AI generated or whatever, right? But the idea was like, oh, the wallpaper is trad because like the fantasy is trad, but the world you're imagining can't be produced by this thing that you're doing. The problem is that we're sort of all out of illusions at this stage. I mean, if you want a community, you're going to have to build it, and community does not exist. I mean, communication exists online, and I feel we've been online friends for about 2 years, Lambda. I think 2 years, and so I feel confident that saying that you're my friend. And but for the most part, you make friendships by building bonds in real life and by sort of staying true to the principles you profess to each other. And without that process, I mean, fandom does not give you friends from either direction, but certainly not being the fan of some kind of entertainment product. And so, I mean, I think there's some good signs that people are doing this. I mean, this has been sort of the project of basket weaving, and I think it's been fairly successful. And we're still kind of gearing it up a little bit. But that's I mean, this is sort of the danger. And I had this reaction to nostalgia myself that's been very, very negative. I just have zero patience for any of this stuff anymore. And it's, I see everything online now as just being kind of iterations of fake. And so everything I see is just fake. And I enjoy hobbies, and I don't really play video games, but I enjoy doing frivolous things from time to time. But it's like it's sort of like they had this crisis in the United States where did you hear about this week? They had this crisis with not the somehow the opiate supplier, they had this production drop in Adderall. And so
I didn't hear about this.
all of these all these neurotic women were getting their Adderall supplies cut back, and there were just all these TikTok videos of them losing their shit. Somehow reality isn't friendly anymore. It's spiky, and they're having all of these anxiety attacks and but it's kind of like that. I mean, this last few months in particular, for some reason, have just been everything there's no kind of comforting element of reality anymore. It's just very real. And there's sort of, I mean, I'm not trying to be down on your audience or anything. I'm just saying that there's just this dimension where I can't do this. Everything's going to be fine. The demons that are telling me that lie, their crank isn't hitting the way it used to. It's like the Adderall, it's suddenly not working very well. And so I'm getting very sober very quickly. I usually think I'm a relatively sober person generally, but it's feeling even more so in 2023. This is the world that we have, and we have to make do with it. And if we want something, then we have to actually kind of live it to a certain degree.
The unreality of the online space. It was a very interesting point you made about AI, that it might wake us up. Whatever avalanche of fakeness that we've already lived through is about to be put to tenfold through this content that looks increasingly like it's been made by humans, but is generated by some large language model or some image generation thing, and the real becomes relatively more precious the more you have to dig to find it. I've been looking through videos from the weekend retreat I did last summer, because I've been planning the one that's coming up this summer, and it's amazing how you seeing pictures and videos of those people who I only knew for a weekend, for a couple of days, yet they somehow have this kind of genuine quality of friendship even after such a short time, in comparison with lots of people who I have interacted with over a much longer time period just through text, or even watching videos of YouTube creators who talk at great length for hours and hours, and you get the
guilty. I'm guilty of that.
Yeah. What's the fashionable term for this? The pseudo relationship or whatever it is?
Parasocial relationships.
Yeah,
which I try to remember the names of everybody who were regular chatters on my stream, but without the real life interaction, it's very difficult, right? And there's also this weird thing where, as the focal point, I have way more than Dunbar's number of people to remember, and so it's very difficult to keep all these contacts open. I probably have more than Dunbar's number of fellow content creators on the right that I have pseudo relationships with. So yeah,
it's tough. It's because they're real people, and there's some level of relationship. I remember in my Discord in the middle of last year, then there's not that many people. There's not more than Dunbar's number of people who were actively there, but I just became aware that it was becoming a hangout spot for people that would just spend large numbers of hours there, in VC, doing nothing productive, just being friends. And in a
Yeah.
sense, very understandable, because some of them didn't have easy access to contacts in real life. And I felt like them being in that space in a way was a positive thing, because I like to think there's good influences in my Discord, rather than just whoever you would run into in the world. But
Yeah.
nonetheless, I took the slightly controversial decision of trying to discourage this, because I think if you find yourself with a friendship group online, it will almost give you the false sense that your life is normal because
Yeah.
you have friends, but they're not friendships of the same quality that you could get if you found people you could see face to face. And so I almost think we should be wary of the, as much as the online communities that we've got are really valuable and potentially very significant and important, I'm just cautious about this. Like, are we participating in something that is kind of inhuman?
Well, I mean, it is, but I mean, this is always the problem with technology. I mean, I think there's someone in the chat. There's just having this conversation with me online about, like, well, what is the distant right doing to because everyone knows at this stage that a significant amount of the recent mental health problems are due to social media, and specifically social media on iPhones, and especially among women. And a lot of it too is just the previous elements of modernity, like the sexual revolution and sort of the destruction of community life and the deindustrialization and the removal of people from the land that's already occurred in the last 100 to 200 years. But the most recent one, social media. And so people were asking, like, what are you doing to stop, like, to tear down the social media community or whatever? Well, I mean, I don't know how to even answer that online, because if I wasn't using social media, no one would be hearing me talk about it right now, or anything, right? We're all trying to limit our dependence on social media, and in a way, basket weaving is the. I mean, I think that, again, this has been partially successful insofar as that it has worked, but it's harder to go from online to real life than it is from real life to online. It's significantly harder, several orders of magnitude harder to do that. And so, you're stuck. I mean, you use this technology and you try to make the best of it, but developing boundaries is difficult. And I mean, I have this saying, well, I think that the future of technology is essentially Web 1.0. It's essentially use technology as in the most basic form, as the RSS feed, as the contact book, as the email, as the direct message, as the blog site. And in many ways, Substack is a return to Web 1.0. And that's one technology that's gotten better by making itself more primitive. Yeah, Substack is social media made more primitive to be better or to be more human. And I see that as a direction, but to be a successful multimedia user or a content creator, you're necessarily going to have a relationship where you're speaking to thousands of people, and that's 10 times more than Dunbar's number. And there's just no way that you can build a relationship with all these people, let alone with all of the people that see you forwarded on as new viewers on the broadcast, right? So I don't know. I mean, I guess we're going to have to find some way of building community in which some people in the community are content creators. And, I think that this is obviously a little bit of a problem, because oftentimes the qualities that make you a good intellectual or a good content creator are exactly the opposite qualities that make you a good spiritual leader. And so the content creator has to go to confession regularly, and has to be seen by the community as somebody who has a role that is necessary but not spiritually elevated at all. If not just like Frodo with the Ring of Power, you have this thing
Right.
just long enough for us to throw it into Mount Doom or something like that.
Yeah. In a way, the content creator fills a similar place to somebody who in previous generations might have written a book, and the book was read by lots of people. But unlike a book, a live stream has that interactive nature, and you see them and you pick up on their mannerisms, and they're informal, and lots of things that give it the impression it's, and in a sense, the reason a live stream is more compelling than reading a book is because it more closely simulates a human-to-human interaction. But therein lies the danger also, to link to hedonism.
Where are the incentives too, right? Where are the incentives for content creation on this platform like YouTube? Well, I feel this every time I log on. It's the things people want you to talk about, the things they want to listen to are, first of all, online drama. And the more it can be about dissing on other YouTubers or social media people, the better. The second thing they want you to talk about is current events and recent controversies that they can directly experience online. And the third thing they want you to talk about is consumer products. If you talk about sort of real experiences or deep spiritual things, this will pull in less people. It will be less immediately relevant to an online audience, and it's much, much harder to do. Much harder to do. It would take you exponentially longer to produce something that talks about real things than it will for you to produce something about, how Vosh or somebody is an idiot. Think like there's a whole economy based on just making fun of people and posting drama and counter drama and all this stuff. So the incentives are kind of stacked in the wrong direction, unfortunately. The big emergence this year has been the emergence of right-wing publishing houses, which, like the Passage Press, and there's already been Imperium Press, and there's Arctos and all this stuff. And the publications, their role in this move that we're making, that where basket weaving is also a role, it's not really just to like print up blog posts on dead trees. It's to create a system where certain pieces of information, certain products are recognized as being important or high quality or deemed by the community to be useful or helpful. And so when that's in play, the incentive structure of always just trying to grab headlines is at least mitigated or disrupted. The goal should be, and I say this not being published by these presses myself, the goal should be to write an award-winning short story or novel at Passage Press, or to write one of the best expository essays that year and have it picked up by one of these publications and to be recognized for that. Maybe live streaming and kind of keeping the conversation alive has a useful community dimension to it, but it has to be sort of balanced with something that centers quality and consideration and higher order things on a spiritual level.
I've been thinking recently about the archetype of the wise old man who lives at the top of a mountain, and the hero has to travel up and then receives training and then can go down and defeat the dragon or whatever. And I wonder if that's
the Yoda archetype.
The Yoda, exactly. And as content creators, and this is a challenge to myself as much as anybody else, but I wonder if we should seek to become the old man. And if you think about what the old man's, if from his perspective, he's inaccessible. He's living a life which is presumably has very few material pleasures, and the hero has to work to get to him, and it's the opposite of a lot of what our instincts are, because we often seek to publicize what our message as widely as possible, and we do things that are like I at one time was uploading thumbnails for all my videos, clickbait thumbnails with me doing stupid facial expressions.
Yeah, I did that too.
trying to drive.
That was me in 2017.
It was me more recently than that. So there is something, and I think the other things you mentioned, like addressing the current political thing, it's all kind of debasing yourself. Whereas the wise old man has this real dignity and wisdom that's not only inherent to his message but his way of life. And
well, this is a problem because of the generational divide, right? I mean, like the problem, like if you are a wise old man right now, you are generationally, unless you're really old, you're generationally a boomer. You know, I'm sure there are boomer luminaries like this that are just radically in sync with a higher order power. But insofar as generations go, the amount of wisdom they have to give is actually incredibly limited. Most of the people who are very formative in my life, who were, you know, sort of mentors for me, they were either sort of what we in America call the silent generation. These are people that were born during or before World War II and kind of got into their 20s in the 1950s, or they were Generation Xers, people who kind of came of age in the 80s and were sort of the alternative generation. So there's this problem that we're dealing with that our society had this fracture where to sort of natively understand the fracture, just as an ordinary person, you really had to come of age before the smartphone existed, which is why I'm one of the older people in this community, which is bizarre. It shouldn't be the case. I should have tons of people who are older than me helping me out, giving me wisdom with what I should be doing, even if they don't dedicate managerial effort towards the task. But you'll find very few people who are older than me who simultaneously understand the magnitude of our problems and sort of the uselessness of these kind of nostalgic takes. Like, oh, wow, you know, if only we had Reagan again, or if only people could go back to good old-fashioned American values. You know, these platitudes, I respect them because I understand the beauty of the world and the fact that they, at some point, weren't just sort of facile expressions of impotence. But they're so radically unsuited for the world as it exists that they're kind of insulting to the people who are dealing with modern problems, and they're perceived as such, even though they're not meant as such. And so, you know, to find the wise old men, I don't know, are we going to be the wise old men in 20 years time, in 30 years time? Are we that early days that you know the fix isn't going to be in until you know my son's generation comes of age? I mean, in some sense I believe that, but I mean that's a far off place. I mean, Jordan Peterson's a great example of that. He's the right generation to be the purveyor of wisdom. And you know, his kind of I'm not even talking about his politics, but his whole personality kind of fell off the cliff in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
I mean, almost he understood the problems of modernity, and in some sense modernity broke him.
So in a sense, I wonder if we have global audiences, the people who listen to us as content creators, and indeed the communities we have are international. It's people from, I guess, culturally similar places often, but nonetheless, you know, there's and therefore there's a tendency to think that we should be addressing problems that are global in scope. And you know, how do we steer the West away from collapse as a kind of mission statement? It sounds ludicrous when you put it that way, and maybe I see so often that people are confronted with problems that are global and enormous, and then they feel like those problems are obviously the ones I should devote my life to because they're such bigger problems than the competition. But actually, you can throw your whole life foolishly towards one of these problems when you could instead pick something smaller and more tangible, and maybe our role for whatever effect we can have on shaping our communities should be to give general wisdom that is up to individuals to apply in their own life, rather than to try to form collective action. I just don't know that I don't know if we realistically have enough people that it makes sense to try to tackle a problem collectively on a global scale. Do you see what I'm saying?
I think maybe not politically, but I mean, general. I don't know if general wisdom is. I mean, we can give general wisdom all the time, and this is the age of the internet, so you can find the information online. But what people are looking for is to have this general wisdom applied to the present era. And if they can't see this being done first intellectually and then through action, the generality of the wisdom will make it seem like something that's unsuited for this age, or that no longer applies. I still think the rules still apply. The rules of reality still apply. Jordan Peterson is still correct. Classic virtue is still the way out of this, but the problem with modernity is that it suggests through incentives that it's not. It does not properly incentivize this behavior. So it sort of tries to get you to act in more short-sighted ways first. And then it also kind of implies through this deceptive use of technology that maybe the rules are no longer relevant. And at the same time, it offers particular problems that need to be overcome. So if we can't collectively, we can talk about wisdom, but we have to model wisdom, and it has to be modeled both individually and collectively. And I'm not exactly so sure how to do this again, because it seems like we have sort of two modes. We have small meetup groups and like the retreats you're running and the conferences we run, and those are very nice, but they seem sort of limited. And then we have sort of social media content creation like we're doing right now. And one of them is completely productized and abstract and universal, and the other one is so particular that it seems to be almost invisible. And maybe this will be bridged through the creation of institutions, through the creation of things like publishing houses and organizations like clubs, like the Old Glory Club, like the Beowulf Foundation, and we'll be able to put together something that's more like a process, more like, young man, reach out to these people, and maybe you'll find a friend who can mentor you or something like that. But I'm not so sure. I don't think that there's really a market for generalized wisdom in the present age. I think that the problem is a very practical and local one.
I guess by generalized wisdom, so I would say something like probably avoid dating apps. Try to find love through people that you've met.
I can't particularly give that wisdom because I met my wife on Catholic Match. Granted, this dating app only worked because you had to basically. I guess it wasn't a binding agreement, but you had to say that you were only looking for marriage and you were against premarital sex and all that stuff, right? So it worked better than Tinder, as you might imagine, right? But
maybe it was a bad example, or maybe it was a good example, but nonetheless, some percentage of people can make it through well. I don't want to get distracted in a sense by.
I'm being facetious.
Fine.
Yeah, no, it's good. I mean,
that would be what I consider to be a general piece of advice that's useful and guides lots of people in a helpful direction, as opposed to what I was contrasting it with as collective action is like, let's all go and have a protest about some government thing that's happened, or make sure that we share this meme so that people vote this way in this particular district. It was all that kind of like real world, on the ground collective action. And I think what we should consider successes in a sense, because I think there's elements in our community, very understandably, and I don't want to discount this direction, which says we should be forming action plans and elites and making political inroads and trying to gain power. And then almost the contrast to that is we should be having families and raising them wholesomely, and
and then you have the bad people who tell you that if you raise families, then you're like that's a very beta behavior, right? That's not Nietzschean. You should
okay, so they're
be a Viking raider or something like that.
Their generality is like lift more and learn martial arts and become a bodybuilder or whatever.
Yeah, I agree. Like the general rules of thumb, the general wisdom is a good thing to emphasize. The thing always is, where is it appropriate, right? Where is it appropriate? I can't say just like, for instance, one of the pieces of advice I generally give people is you only want to use the internet at certain designated times and for certain designated things, and you should have places. You should, for instance, like just make a rule to yourself, not to use Twitter on your phone ever, or never, unless you're called or texted, don't pick up your phone when you're outside, or even when you're on a bus necessarily, or just have certain rules like that to regulate your intake. But I can't, this was where context comes in. I can't get my people watching me on YouTube it's not an appropriate place for me to tell them to log off. This is the thing too. Like there's this there's the classic boomer thing, like just log off, bro, just log off. And the thing was with the just log off, there was Angela Nagel, who's this wonderful post-leftist writer. She said on Alex Kashuta, she said, all of the problems that you're telling me are just a product of me being online and saying, I can just wait for 3 months and all of the problems I'm seeing will manifest on CNN, and then you'll come and tell me about them. Just log off isn't an anecdote, and especially after COVID, because the ordinary social environment, I don't know if this is true in the UK, but in the United States, the social cohesion, what remained of it, never recovered from COVID. It's like people have lost friendships and they spend most of their times indoors. And we are atomized to a degree that is really hard to take measure of at this stage.
Yeah, I would say I'm happy to report my local church that I attend, I think, has now just about bounced back to pre-COVID era. And it has taken this long, but I think it's there. But I think you're right. Outside of that, my experience has been similar. I think lots of people are, will never recover the level of social engagement and ease that they had before the lockdowns, and that's even without considering the possibility of another similar event happening, which we have to bear in mind. But yeah, does the possibility of doing collective action exist in your mind? I'm curious if that's I guess that's something that I'm increasingly just pushing out of my objectives for this sphere entirely.
Well, I'm totally against protests, but
protests just in any age have been a waste of time, regardless of how many people are involved. So,
they're not a waste of time if people in the actual government are essentially organizing them and supporting you, right? But if they are just something you and your friends thought of, and it wouldn't be nice to break the laws and act as civil disobedience. The cause is just, right, guys? We'll be like the civil rights movement. That's bullshit, right?
If there's people in the government organizing it, then is the protest actually significant? Even like maybe they could have achieved their ends regardless of the existence of the
purpose of the protest is to convince the politically apathetic people in whatever area you're protesting that the politicians who support the protest have a large army of people that's willing to get really, really boisterous and angry. And your lizard brain registers this as, well, I better get on side or these guys will be really, really angry at me. and so it shifts consensus to the direction of the powerful, which is why protests from the opposition are not allowed to proceed, even though they have no chance of like militarily taking over the country. It's just not the right time to do anything like this, if it ever is, for a distant force. The kind of action that you'd want to push towards would be to have a large number of people, and this is, for us in the US, this is still, again, in the future, because we're not at the density we would need to do this, but to say to have a large group of people who could organize charity events, or who could organize volunteering, or who could organize who could organize any number of things that might be hard to do in the post-COVID world. Or food distribution would be a great example as well. And these kind of collective pieces of collective action, the purpose of them, I mean, obviously, other than being charitable, which you should be anyway as a Christian or as a practitioner of classic morality, if you are a classically ethical pagan or some other religion, the purpose of charity is its own reward. But politically speaking, the idea of charity networks is to build relationships with various people in the community that will kind of help support your causes and reciprocate in the future. And those networks, I mean, I think they're out there for us to build. There are a lot of lonely people who need a certain amount of help. And, I think that, building those relationships is where we need to be going in real life. Well, I should say immediately after you in real life find political allies that you can meet with and befriend on a regular basis, right? Which is, I think that's sort of step one, so to speak.
On the subject of whether to unplug from YouTube, I had a brief email exchange with somebody who is perhaps the most mad in terms of following his own ideology to ridiculous degrees, and that was Richard Stallman. I asked him, I said, I'm interested in discussing some of your ideas, and I think the place that would have the widest audience is YouTube, but I'm aware that you basically boycott any technology that uses proprietary software. So what do you think? Should I use YouTube or not? And he basically said that using YouTube was a reasonable thing to do, as long as you fill it full of warnings about the evil of the. I mean, that is his approach, isn't it? He'll give his big list of complaints and demands before he starts speaking. But I was interested that even Richard Stallman was prepared to not himself, but he kind of endorsed me using Google's technologies as I guess in a subversive way to spread the message of how much harm that they are doing. But yeah, that always stuck with me, that little exchange. It seems like if you're just going to go full hermit, then you have to accept basically having no effect.
Pardon, if you're going to accept what?
If you're going to go full hermit, right? You're going to throw away all the technology that you think is doing harm, and then just, I guess, write a sign and stand on the street corner. I hope that you can persuade people to follow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see, at least at this stage, I don't see any reason why you shouldn't use mainstream social media networks to get your message out there. Imagine this is my opinion since we're broadcasting this on YouTube. So, what do you want me to say? There is this interesting emerging field of cognitive security that seeks to kind of erect physical and practitioner barriers around yourself and attempts to sort of psyop or influence you. And I think that's going to, especially with the emergence of this AI technology and the permeation of fake everything on the internet, I think cognitive security is going to be something that people will increasingly talk about. And I'm hoping that, somebody, not me, can start writing up codes for this stuff, and so that they can be tried out by various people. Maybe some kind of Butlerian code, like I put in one of my essays earlier this year. But this is going to have to be undertaken sort of as a best practices sort of thing, and I don't think that there is any hard or fast rule to get around this. It's going to require a lot of thought and a lot of discipline.
I just wonder how extreme we ought to be, and whether at some future time, when more thinking has been done about the influence of some of the technologies we've all embraced, if there will be a kind of collective horror that we took such weak steps that we kind of accepted the subversion. Everybody just bought into it. I mean,
oh yeah. I mean, for sure. I think, and people will. The ideal way for humanity to go forward is to essentially compartmentalize the technology into certain areas of the population. And there should be people who don't use technology at all or barely at all. And I mean, maybe there's one person in the community that can manage this stuff, because there only needs to be one person. And the rest of the community can operate in a virtually technology-free way. I mean, information technology, obviously, but maybe other pieces of industrial technology too, if you want to go full Amish or whatever, right? This tech, it's very obvious that every one of these technologies, since the advent of the Industrial Revolution, maybe penicillin notwithstanding, it has severe secondary consequences for the human being's health, both on an individual and community basis. And we need to develop rules and regulations of how to manage their incursion on our lives. And in order to do that, we need to have people testing out how human beings thrive or don't thrive at various levels of technological integration. And we will not know how poisonous these technologies are until they've been tested for like 100 years. For instance, I think it's a consensus at this stage. It's amazing how this is a growing consensus among people who are now very, very intelligent. But it's a growing consensus that the sexual revolution was an absolute disaster for the health and well-being of the human race. And how long did it take us to figure that out? No one was talking about this in the 90s in intellectual circles. No one was talking about this in the 2000s in intellectual circles. And that was 30, 40 years after. So, I mean, it's, in toto, it's going to be like, it took us 70 years to figure out that, our great grandmothers were right about the sexual revolution and the pill, and that the Catholic Church was right about the sexual revolution and the pill. And, society can't, and that's like 3 generations at least. I mean, society can't do that with the new technologies. So we're going to have to decelerate these technologies at least to the level where they're compartmentalized. Otherwise, I don't know. I think that it's going to go. I think that that's the only way to really manage these things.
I was going to say, in a sense, it took us 70 years, but in a sense, people were pointing out the problems as it happened. In a sense, all of us knew when we first heard of Facebook. We all said, "What? So people are going to be posting their breakfast?" That was like the knee-jerk thing that everybody said, and everybody had a laugh about it, like, "Oh, isn't it stupid?" And then you kind of you interact with it the first. I remember thinking, "I'm posting publicly to everybody. This feels a little bit self-centered. Like, why would people want to be interested in what I have to say?" But then you're like Gollum with the ring, because you start thinking, "Ooh, people are clicking the like button. I like that feeling. What am I going to say next that's going to please their itching ears?"
Drive those numbers up, guys.
Right? Yeah, and you. So in a sense, human intuition is so powerful that it kind of warns you of the problems from day one, and then it takes you 70 years to catch up intellectually and like explain the intuition. But in the meantime, you've kind of dulled yourself to the instinct that you had. I mean, same thing with the sexual revolution. I doubt that there was anybody in the 60s who didn't have at least a little bit of a sense of, what power are we opening up here.
Yeah, and I think we kind of unlearned it and then relearned it because it took a generation to be born under the rules of the sexual revolution, for the sexual revolution to be fully realized. As long as the ghost of the old world was there, at least the upper class could escape the real consequences of that of that societal mistake. And in some sense, it gave this false sense of vindication to the supporters of this change for the first 40 or 50 years of its institution. And we're dealing with it right now, but I mean, again, this is not really our task in the moment. Our task in the moment is to get organized and to get into real life and to kind of build trust relationships that are real and that we can actually invoke in real life and build communities off of. Figuring out how we're going to stage dangerous human technologies into the future is something that I think this will have to be kind of a government task taken on by a government that's much more responsible than our present government is.
I'm not going to hold my breath. I think we'll look back on our current government as the most sensible in our lifetimes at one point.
Well, in our lifetimes, perhaps, but I mean, if a government gets way more responsible, I mean, things are just going to completely fall apart.
True. It's funny that you suggest this idea of having a community in which only a few people have access to, say, the internet, because it's an idea I'd never heard before. Todd, Praise of Folly, mentioned it on stream about 2 or 3 hours ago, and I thought, wow, that's radical but interesting idea. And then here you suggest
I think we're using
thing.
the same source. I've heard that some Amish communities do that.
Well, of course it brings the Amish to mind, but the Amish have always been, well, I don't know if this is true in America, but from a British perspective, there's the sort of butt of the joke, like the Weird Al Yankovic,
well, I mean, in the 90s, certainly, I laughed at Kingpin and Amish Paradise and all this stuff. I'm not laughing anymore.
No, it seems I keep coming back round to every time you think of a solution that ends up like, oh, maybe the Amish have been right the whole time. It's like, oh, I feel really bad for dismissing them out of hand, but presumably that immediate dismissal was a product of some subliminal programming that we'd all, been we've all been made to dismiss the idea that these technologies might not be the salvation that we've been offered. That meme of, I guess it's fundamentally is progressivism, isn't it? It's that history has a direction and the direction is good and every change is positive and we should embrace it all.
I don't think this progressive Whig history will survive our lifetimes. No. I think the things that Mary Harrington is previewing are coming to pass before our very eyes, and we're going to have to deal with it. I don't think there's going to be ready-made solutions, but
well, I've had you for my hour, and I'm going to let you go. But
all right,
thank you so much for joining, and I guess I'll see you next year, and
absolutely, yeah.
Review whatever's happened in the meantime.
Well, I'm sure we'll talk before then, Lambda, and I think I should have you on my channel one of these days because I'm a big admirer of your project. I'm not in the UK, but I've heard the Bible study is going well. I think, right? So
yeah, thank you. Yeah, I always tune into your streams, and every now and again you drop in a mention of me, and I always do a sort of double take because it's one of these strange moments when I'm sort of dropped in as a character in the story that I'm watching, as it were, and so yes, it means a great deal that you back my project. I certainly look up to you. So
man, well, I think we're I don't want to be the meme, but I think we're winning, guys. Or I think that I mean it's hard because I said that we needed to increase our basket weaving efforts by like an order of magnitude, and we probably have done that recently. But then now I'm realizing that we need to do it 2 more times to get it to the level where, you know, we can make things permanent. But anyway, I want to be respectful of your time because you've been streaming for quite a while now. And I just want to tell you, thank you for having me on, and I'll be listening to the rest of the streams that you broadcast.
Amazing.
And have a happy Easter.
Yes, and happy Easter to you. And thank you everybody for tuning in. I'm going to just I'm gonna hit the interstitial ad that I've made to close us out. All right, good night.
Cheers.
Lambda Conversations 2023. I guess if I'm going to play this every single hour over the course of the week, some of you will end up watching this section 40 times. Okay, so first of all, are you subscribed to this channel? Should be quick and easy to check. And if not, why not? I basically only use this channel once a year, so there's no need to fear notification spam. Imagine the travesty that it would be if in a year from now you missed Lambda Conversations 2024. Also click the bell button, and the bell button will give you a push notification a year from now, and you will think back and thank yourself for the foresight that you showed. I have another channel. The other channel is called Lambda Bible Studies. Every episode, every stream, we pick a chapter of the Bible and I have a guest and we talk over it. Just type in Lambda Bible Studies into the YouTube search box and it'll be the top result. Subscribe there, check it out, try it, see what good it does you to have an injection of the Bible, of Scripture, almost like into your veins. Although maybe that's actually a dangerous analogy to use right now. Byline for the channel should be try injecting something that's good for you this year. There's also a Discord associated with that channel, a lively community that's ranges from wise veterans of the faith through to seekers who are trying to figure out more. Maybe they're on a faith journey of their own. I also have a Twitter. Go and check me out at I am Lambda, all one word. If you're anything like me, and I suspect that you are, you spend too much time online as it is in this weird, cursed half-life that we all have to endure. The thing that I'm most excited to tell you about is called Lambda Weekend Retreat. And actually, we did one of these last year. It was a massive success. From Friday the 21st to Sunday the 23rd of July, a group of us will be staying on the beautiful south coast of England, 10 minutes walk from the beach. If you're interested, send me an email, lambda.retreats@gmail.com. But it's more than just an opportunity to hang out with each other. It's a big opportunity to clear time in your calendar, clear time in your life to draw closer to God. Last year, about half the people who came weren't Christians. We sang hymns, we did Bible studies, we prayed, we talked about faith, and I don't believe there was a single person who regretted coming in the slightest. It was a really genuinely joyful, amazing time, a chance to take faith a little bit more seriously. Jesus said, "Behold, I send you out as sheep in the midst of wolves. So be wise as serpents and innocent as doves." My mission is to foster a community of Christians who are indeed wise as serpents, who see through the lies we're surrounded by. If you're interested in this, send me an email, lambda.retreats@gmail.com. Check your diary, the weekend of the 22nd of July. I anticipate that it's going to be overbooked pretty quickly, so I will have to do first come, first served. If enough people get in touch, I might look into doing a second retreat, maybe the following weekend. Let's have a look at some footage from last year's weekend retreat.
So we're like 20 minutes walk to the beach, surrounded by a bunch of trees, like really tranquil.
But the area is very pretty. For Swiss people, any place near the sea is great. So it's been very fun so far, and the weather's been fantastic. And I met a bunch of very nice people, so it's all been great.
It's been a nice change of pace in that regard, and everyone's been really nice. There haven't been any schisms that I've been aware of, so...
I've gotten a much closer relationship to God. I don't feel like a LARPer when praying anymore.
I came into here as I wouldn't say a skeptic, it's very much a person who hasn't been brought up in any sort of spirituality and no connection to religiosity. It's definitely opened my eyes. It's given me a view into scripture that I've never ever read, not even offhand at school. And it's very different coming at it from a outsider's perspective, I feel. It's definitely been very positive.
It's good to meet people who have been Christians all their lives, and people who are, like me and have recently found Christ, or people who are still seeking, and be able to discuss with them, the joys of God and of worship.
I've not had much church experience. We've gone intermittently to our local C of E church for a couple of years, but off and on. So I've not really had any experience for anything like this before.
There is a level of instant available camaraderie, which is lovely. Having it's like being in a society where people have shared assumptions again.
You do feel like you're not so alone in the big world.
A lot of us, I think we've come to Christ sort of on our own, so it's going to be quite isolating a lot of the time.
You've taught me some skills I didn't know I probably needed for Bible study, and with it being my first Bible study, it's been nice to be around people who are in the same boat.
I came here very much as a seeker, hoping to find connection, and my worry was essentially, is this going to be too high level? Am I not going to get any references? But there was absolutely none of that.
I haven't really read a lot of the Bible on my own, so it's been nice to read some of the important verses.
Local church by me, I've never had any interaction with whatsoever, but coming into a group of very open, easy to talk to Christians has been wonderful.
It's just really nice to do Bible studies in person with like a community, and obviously like with this community you can get like really intelligent people coming along, kind of giving their own understandings, and you'll kind of get insights that you wouldn't get on your own.
I think the group discussions were very interesting. Lots of different points of view that came together.
This is the thing that I always find about Bible study, is that it's particularly satisfying to make connections to other parts of Scripture, especially the Old Testament.
The microscopic detail that you can go into about everything is fascinating, really. It's like an endless rabbit hole.
Yeah.
So I think when I'm reading in future, I'll be paying extra close attention.
The biggest things I hadn't noticed were in the wedding at Cana, which I think I had such a simplistic child level understanding of before. The sacred nature of the vessels, the one stored in, the way that the miracle was hidden, and where it was placed within the ministry. It's just a whole new level to the process, and the metaphorical level on which you get the idea that the best wine being saved till last might be about more than just the wine.
It's a bit different to hearing it on YouTube or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's a bit more personal and obviously a bit more interactive.
It's been wonderful, really. I didn't really know what to expect, but it's been just wonderful having a space to kind of think about Jesus and sort of Christianity quite intellectually, but it's not been intimidating. It's just been really free and open.
I think it's good to know that you don't actually fully have to understand faith for you to begin to step in the way of Christ, and to be able to begin to experience the fruits of the Holy Spirit and of God. And I think that's important to know, that you don't have to comprehend everything, you just have to have some faith.
It's been great. I've gotten so many new friends here.
I definitely feel God's been here with us this weekend with the Spirit and stuff.
It's just joyful, really. It's just been so much fun and so kind of, freeing and joyful and open.
For closing thoughts, I think I am not going to be alone in saying that there is a big appetite to do this again. Give it a try. As someone with very little experience, it's been very rewarding, very reassuring, and we're definitely going to get something out of it. How can I say it? People are inspiring. These are good people to emulate.
I've really had a lovely time. It's it's a shame that it was so short.
This is a mission field that needs to be continued. We should definitely do it again.
I hope I'll be able to attend again.
Would you come again?
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Yeah, it would be amazing.
Yes, absolutely, in a heartbeat.
So have a serious think about coming to that, maybe pray about it. The future is uncertain. There are serious things to be worried about. There's many ways that we could respond to this, but I really believe that the difference between disaster and renewal, both individually, as a community, and nationally, is how we respond spiritually. And perhaps part of the way that you can act towards that end is to come and join with people who feel the same way as you do. The Lambda Weekend Retreat starts on Friday, the 21st of July. Email lambda.retreats@gmail.com. Do it now to secure a place